what is research for? Is it for profiteering or is it for saving life? These are clear evidence of what this is all about. So when you talk about sustainable research, it is not sustainable. It's back the time say, well, we can use Clorox disinfectant to kill this virus. Yeah? There are politics. Yesterday, Mariam talks about profiteering and politics at the same time, right? So all these are this distraction into what research should be. We're given the political, the economical, and also the business sort of consideration that overweigh human lives as far as research is concerned. All these are statements that, yeah, you have got appetite now. There is now the Israel reluctant to share with the Palestinians, yeah, about the question of patents, about why the poor are not taken into consideration as far as this pandemic is concerned. So I want to end up with this very, very important statement from British Medical Journal that talks about nothing less than a crime against humanity. It is written by the editorial themselves, right? And he says, is this a crime against humanity? And you can see some of these figures here. The people who are having GDP so high, United States, UK, Ireland, Israel, yeah, are doing well as far as those are concerned. The countries that are not doing well, Somalia, Nigeria, many developing countries, Muslim countries at the same time, are looking for vaccines, right? And the statistics will say, in equity as far as vaccine is concerned, 85% people in high and median income has got it, but less than 1% people who have low income has not got it. So what is research for us? Particularly people in the developing countries. We promote research for somebody else's pocket, not the life of our own citizens and our own people. Yeah? So some statements are very, very telling. I'll just read for you. Rich countries are refusing to share vaccines with poor countries speedily and equitably. This comes from BMJ. All right? Another statement. Pfizer is expecting rich nations to ignore WHO recommendation for boosters. There's not enough vaccine. Stop the boosters, said WHO. Pfizer couldn't care less. Pfizer says, go on and do the booster because it means profit for them. Pandemic profiteering is, in our view, a human rights violation that demands investigation and security on paper, but I don't know who's going to do this. If it's a crime against humanity, it needs to be done. Yeah? Vaccine-preventable illness are occurring across Africa, Asia, Latin America at unprecedented speed and scale. These are never talked about in our research sort of discussion of this nature. These are the political dimension that has been hidden many a times, and this is brought up by BMG. So suddenly we come back, not only the question of unsustainable, but the question of also talking about, is it a crime against humanity? A very difficult question to answer, but the probability is there, right? Again, vaccine-rich countries are now destroying excess doses. Rather than exporting it to developing countries, they will rather destroy it. Why? Because they want to maintain the price high for the company to profit. Can you imagine this? Can you imagine this? Yeah? And here we are talking about research as though it's something which is neutral. There's no value as far as cultural dimension is concerned, but this is telling you a different story, a very recent finding. Again, crisis, crimes against humanity. Among themselves, they're also fighting to get who gets the better profit between the two, right? And there's a lot more which I have no time to talk about. So finally, to conclude, just looked about this. At the end of the day, you can do all the procedures right, but the moment you get the product, everything gets shifted. And now, how do you go against this when you talk about the post-pandemic? We will recommend go back to this whole idea of sustainable development. Not only about people, profit, and planet, you need to think two more things, which is peace and partnership. How do we partner so that humanity benefit? How do you partner at the end of the day? It is a peace for all, not just for a few. This is a kind of end goal that we want to have as far as research as the post-pandemic is concerned. So when you have this, then probably we can get into something which is different, and is understanding what the sustainable development goal is all about. Goal number 3 talks about health and well-being, but goal number 3 needs to be connected to all the other goals. Goal number 3 cannot be fulfilled if you don't look at number 1 about poverty, if you don't look at number 2 about starvation, if you don't look at number 13 about climate change. All the research that you do now must be interconnected. You want to connect the dots, and this is what we call responsible research now. The responsible researcher must be able to connect all the dots and make sure that the goals of sustainable development will remain as it is, rather than being undermined by the so-called research that you do, which is, to me, an irresponsible way of doing things. But at the end of the day, I think if we don't do that, this is what research is today. They're sitting on humanity. Okay, so pandemic is very clear. People are dying all over the place, but people are profiteering on it. What you want to do now, you want to get the greed out of it. To get the greed out of it, from my point of view, is how do we then learn how to harmonize technology. In other words, technology working for you, working for humanity, working for the people who need them, rather than just for big corporations, big politicians, and big power. And this is where we need to redefine the R&D again, and redefine it, from my point of view, is to talk about this responsible R&D. In other words, you are talking about the people who are affected from day 1 until they finish, and this is where the post-pandemic, that answers to the 5 P of planet, people, profit, peace, and partnership. If you have this, inshallah, I think we can put research back into its own, track to save humanity, rather than just to work with a few companies as such. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you very much, Professor Zul, for your thoughts and enlightenments. I'm sure that you raised very, very important questions for the discussion later in the panel. Our next speaker will focus on one of the points that have been highlighted by Professor Zul, which is the relationship between the research management and the climate change. So it is an honor for us this morning to have with us Sheikh Dr. Saoud Al-Thani. Dr. Saoud is an adjunct professor at Hamad bin Khalifa University, HBKU in Qatar, and director for carbon management at EarthNA, a policy-making sustainability team of Qatar Foundation, which is a non-profit organization concerned with building human capital in Qatar and across the region. He also holds a position as director of green growth and sustainability in the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change for the state of Qatar. Welcome, Dr. Saoud.
في البداية والسلام عليكم، وشكرا على استضافتكم لي عندكم في عمان، وأنا فخور جدا أن أكون معكم في هذا المؤتمر. طبعا أنا جاي من قطر فاونديشن، و as Dr. Abdulaziz mentioned that I work with both entities. Mainly my work is not I do research, but I work for a policy center which is EarthNA from Qatar Foundation, and also work for the Ministry of Environment and Green Growth. So when we look at research or indicators, regardless of what you think about the indicators, about their biases, the accuracy, it kind of give you criteria and help you to evaluate a country or whatever. So one of the indicators that I have been looking at is actually the Global Knowledge Index, which ranks nations. It has many factors to evaluate. It looks at the background, the barrier to university training, university education, research, economy, and enable countries to acquire knowledge. From that perspective, it's look kind of holistic. So when we look at the nation state of Qatar, Qatar does rank quite well in that between nations when it comes to this index. This index doesn't only show you, it shows you both the strength of the state of Qatar when it comes to research. At the same time, it shows you areas that Qatar needs to have improvements. And maybe these areas of improvement are not necessarily will impact the indicator directly, but it will give you a perspective for the long run. So when we look at Qatar, there are all 7 categories shown here for the world ranking of Qatar. Some quite high, and some of them need some improvement in the future. 2 areas in Qatar that need to be improved: the research, development, and innovation, and the other area is the information and communication technology. The rose diagram on the right shows the mapping of Qatar in comparison to the world average. So as mentioned yesterday by many of the presenters, there's kind of a serious issues with the GCCs in general and Qatar specifically. So Qatar, when it comes to early education and enhancing education, Qatar quite rank very high. But when it comes to implemented research, you find in that index that Qatar, when it comes to input, output, and impact, it ranks very low in comparison to the world average. So where's our priority for research comes from? In 2008, Qatar has its Qatar National Vision 2030. And based on this national vision, we have a circle of every 5 years, a national strategy. And based on these strategies, the key areas of research are defined, and the most research institutions in Qatar use them as a guideline for research. So since the beginning, I'm coming from Qatar Foundation, and one of the vision of Qatar Foundation, since maybe 1996, they always told you that its main purpose is actually to move the economy from fossil fuel or fossil fuel-based economy to a knowledge-based economy. And this is not specifically for Qatar, it's actually is for the whole GCC, how to make you move your economies toward a knowledge-based economy. So the GCC need to make research opportunities attractive through policy and funding. Then ensure that return of funding is positive. Basically a full cycle and in its long run plan. A result, as mentioned yesterday, when it comes to research, is not an easy and a short-term process. It does take a long time to get a result out of it. I would say as well, knowing the learning permit, starting from the top to down, like I mentioned here, from wisdom to knowledge, data, and information. The knowledge, starting from knowing to practicing and research, to be useful, to have a continuum and evaluation from concepts for research. Desktop and practical scale-up pilot to reaching the larger implementation of this research. So Qatar Research Institution translate their priorities to research streams based on the national strategy. Obviously, these priorities can also be shifted based on the country need. So what we noticed recently, food security became one of the priorities. In the long term, seeing Qatar and the GCC need to transform to a knowledge-based economy and to be highly diversified. And they need to a lot of effort from knowledge repository, research scientist population, and sustained fund. So looking at this slide, this is a very interesting slide. It shows that so far there's 2 countries who have given commitment, and I heard Oman is going to be the 3rd country. To be carbon neutral by the year 2050. Carbon neutrality is a very interesting topic, but it has 2 sides. When you think about the GCC revenues, so most of the GCC revenues actually comes from oil and gas. So does the word energy transformation means actual and economical transformation? If you notice the graph there, there is a lot of strategy going to be taken in the future regarding how we're going to have the energy transformation. And based on it, there's a potential revenue gap need to be filled by the GCC. So this is a serious issue. That means that the income of the GCC in the future going to be decreased. So there's another interesting point has been mentioned by the lecturers yesterday when they said, like, you know, when you look at the list of the 20 best countries in innovation, it's always the same list. And this is very interesting and very dangerous for one reason. Highly industrialized countries have been the front runners of technologies and served the global economy. Yet we are also, they are also the most polluting countries to the world. And now that we see the same front runners are the best in the innovation. And when some of their plan is actually to move from the fossil fuel as a mean of emission reduction, and also to be less reliant on important fossil fuels or imported energies. On the other hand, we know that the GCC countries are heavily, economies are heavily based on their sale of fossil fuel. So I wanted to highlight here that oil and gas producing countries need to look into hedging their economies and invest also in alternative clean energies. And diversify their economies through knowledge-based economies, through research and R&Ds and development. Why the plan need to start now? There is due to the potentially significant losses due to the energy transformation, many existing fossil fuel investment might become stranded in the future if science did not evolve to utilize them in more environmentally friendly manner. For example, carbon capture is one way. Carbon capture still is a very expensive technology, so it's need to be developed for the future. I might highlight in a research paper here, highlighting the issue has alarming figures. It shows around the country producing fossil fuel might lose around 37 to 50% of their income because of the changes to energy transformation in the future. So the idea is that, you know, whatever you have right now had to be utilized toward like maybe renewable energies, toward not renewable energy research that help in the transformation for the future, so that you don't lose the market. So from research to actual product or technology, it is not a short journey. It goes through many steps. Obviously, in each step, there is failure and successes, as mentioned yesterday. Consistency and persistence through research management and creativity in research are needed. Time from ideation to commercialize of the project might take decades. As mentioned here in the paper, it might take around 50 to 70 decades to reach the market. So this is an example of the pharmaceutical industry. So, like, you know, from the idea starting for a project to reach the pharmaceutical market, it takes stages to reach 13 years just to reach the market. So in this slide, it shows, like, you know, 20 countries and their expenditure on research. So if you notice there's a variety, and it's very interesting that Israel is #1 in the list. But #2 is another interesting country, is actually South Korea. When you hear about South Korea, it's a country without resources, but it's managed to become one of the leading countries when it comes to the economies. So if you notice that, you know, the Euro area spent around 2.36 of their GDP on research. In comparison, this is in Qatar. Qatar GDP is around 180 billion. So 2.36 will be around $4.3 billion. So when we looked at the UNESCO website, and it shows, like, you know, how often, how much money is actually spent on research. So what we noticed from that يعني Qatar actually doesn't report annually, so يعني there's a gap on information. But anyway, we noticed that in the year 2018, Qatar spent around 577 million, so maybe around like 1/8 of the expenditure of the euro area. Research management trends. So with the research management trend, research program need to have international cooperation, coalition with other research institutions. GCC need to cooperate and share challenges at the regional and international level. The virtual space cooperation approach made it visible for different institute to work together. Every institution need to have an institutional repository. So when it comes to international cooperation, the word can be said that excellence seek excellence. So you see cooperation between different universities and their counterparts. RIMS is basically managing previous research papers and provide analysis and reporting research, showcasing and managing information in one place. I'm sure that most of you are familiar with this RIMS, and maybe at a regional level, maybe something needs to be looked into at GGC, bilingual RIMS. So the game theory by mathematician John Van Neumann and the economist Oscar Morgenstern, which is considered groundbreaking text that created interdisciplinary research field in the game theory. So the game theory in general say if you have different parties, there's a lot of probabilities for an issue, and you have a winning and losing party. So when you look at the Paris Agreement for climate change, it has many non-cooperative and competitive articles within its creating, some of gamification between the parties involved in resolving the climate change. So we have the winners and the losers. Yet some articles require cooperation as well as a new decision like the loss and the damage. Meanwhile, we need to look into research, technology, and innovation and cooperation at a macro and regional scale. So you're no longer looking at the world as a whole. You actually focus on your own area. And this is a lot of the issues related to climate change. It's a regional level issues. For example, one of the issues Qatar considered to be a climate change issue, actually the air quality. And air quality in Qatar is not caused by industry, it's actually caused by natural causes. So it's like, countries like Iraq and Saudi Arabia has an impact. So you have to look at the bigger picture. The first scenario of research are usually a national or international, as well as publicly funded versus market funded. All nations likely to be heavily weighted on scenario 4 and then scenario 3 because of its international exposure. So transformation of Qatar and GCC is defined in 3 streams. Social, economic, and ecological. In this slide actually shows you the 3 streams as linear and separate. But the actual reality, these are not separate and not linear, they actually intertwined. And this slide might be a more realistic visualization of the relation between the streams. We're coming to the end of the presentations, and just a general topic for looking into the climate change from a research perspective. So when you look at the economic transformation, Some of the topics, like if you have a higher educated population, so you're more likely to have a horizontal market. You might be focusing on the global market, local and regional opportunities. When you look at the social encourages you, like increase the number of researchers through education programs, creation of research ecosystems, and collaboration between international research institutions. So it's not one institution who can do the work, but you can look into partnerships. When it comes to energy, energy will be focusing on two topics. The topic of decarbonization, reducing the carbon in the industries. At the same time, it will look into the transformation technologies for the industry. When you look into the ecological will have a different general topics. The last one is the air quality is important for Qatar, but it will also look into the food security, what is the nation, and urban intensification. So this is very interesting, polycentricity. The UNFCCC Centered International Climate Governance Regime is built on a conventional theory of collective actions. Polycentricity is just about the number and level of actors. So the more actors involved in the issue, the more likely to have an impact at different level. Ostrom argued that the GHG emissions are generated at the activities of multiple scales and activities organized. To solve it, multiple scales. Activities organized at multiple scale will bring benefit to those who take action. So the more that involved, the more the issue can be solved. So I have updated the presentation, but this is not the last slide. So the last slide was just a recap on what we have discussed in this presentation. So mainly some of the topic talk about the social innovation and open source, how can it help solve the issues. That institutions should have a relation at a regional level to partner and work together. Some of the issues, the energy transformation issue is a very serious issue for the GCC countries, and they should really look into knowledge-based economies to move on from the current situation. Knowledge-based economies can help the region in total to survive for the energy transformation era which comes in the future. And this is it, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Saoud, for these great ideas and also for these accurate facts that really show how basic and applied research is important for the nations. And as you mentioned, so the forerunner countries are those who are really taking seriously their research and development. You also highlighted the importance of the collaborative research in the world, and it is really a call for our region universities to work together on collaborative research. And by the way, there were an initiative existing today between Qatar University and Sultan Qaboos University, which is called IRCC, International Research Collaboration Co-Fund. So Qatar University is working with many countries, I think 75 countries, and we have a special, really dedicated track for collaboration with Sultan Qaboos. So we really invite all the universities of the region, of GCC, to collaborate and to take part of this partnership. So we'll be very happy to contribute, and thank you very much for highlighting this point. Our last speaker, but obviously not the least, will focus on the chances of success in research proposals. This is really, really very important for the researchers and for the students. Dr. Simon Kerridge has been research manager and administrator for more than 30 years. And now he is independent. He is working as an independent principal consultant at Kerridge Research Consulting in UK. He previously led the research office at the University of Kent, and he had the responsibility of the whole process of research, so he has a big experience when we talk about pre-award, post-award, contracts, etc. This is amazing. Dr. Simon sits on a number of research management administrations, and he was given a number of international awards for his leadership. Please join me to welcome Dr. Simon. Sorry, I did not see you. You are hidden behind me. It's okay. So this is, yeah.
Salam alaikum. That's it, I'm afraid. So thank you very much for the invitation. I'm proud and honoured to be here. I will try and keep it to 25 minutes, so no questions as we go. No, whatever, do as you like. Okay, it's my doggies. Okay, so I'm going to talk a little bit, this is going to be tricky, isn't it? A little bit about myself, my favourite subject, probably only 1 minute. Then the topic which I've been asked to speak about, which is how to improve your chances of success in proposals. And I'm then going to link that through to international collaboration, hopefully following on from the last presentation. It's almost like it's been planned. So that, by the way, is me in the mirror in the morning. I mean, that's what you all see, right? Maybe you see that pre-COVID beard. I do know what you're all thinking. I know what you're thinking. And some more dogs. Okay, so I'm not going to go through everything on this slide. Lots of acronyms. If anybody's interested in any of those acronyms, then please do come and speak to me later. I do a lot on research into research management, and I'll be talking about some of those things later on. But if you're interested in research association formation, for example, then that's something I have quite a lot of experience in. Oh yeah, more dogs. And they are my dogs. Okay, so the question is success. How do we achieve it? I'm going to talk a little bit about not so much planning, because that's what the talk is about, but moving on to finding the right funder, how to write a convincing proposal, so some hints and tips on that, and therefore how to increase your chances. I'll also have a little slide on trends as well, and it's interesting that most of those have already been covered, so hopefully I'm on trend, and then, as I say, moving into international. This is an example from the UK of the sort of funders that UK researchers can apply to. There are a plethora of them. I'm sure you have a very similar set for your own countries and for the GCC as a whole. The important point here is that they are all different. So in terms of putting a proposal together, these are probably the main criteria you need to look at. So there's the eligibility. Some funders will only fund nationals from an institution, or some funders will fund anyone who is working at an institution in a particular country. So again, check the small print. Thinking about the costs, how much will the funder pay? Will they pay the full cost of the research, or will they only pay the direct costs and not the overheads of the institution, or only a proportion of those? And do you know your internal regulations for how do you make up that shortfall? It sounded loud to me, I'm sorry. No. I'd have been better if I'd have sort of bowed a bit. Also think about internal pressures. Do you or do your researchers actually have the time to do this research? Have you got a full teaching load when the research is due to happen? Or indeed, are there other issues to do with, I don't know, resources? You need a large computing resource. Have you secured the use of that? Then there's the remit of the funder, and perhaps the most interesting one there is the politics. Are there some sort of political imperatives from the funder? For example, the European Union, they quite often have particular programs to support more developing parts of the European Union, so the old Eastern Bloc countries. And so you might need to have an Eastern Bloc partner, even if it doesn't specifically say so in the criteria, then there is that underlying political message. Of course, you've got the timetable to think about. And then you've got the success rate. I've got a slide on this later on. Is it actually worth applying? What are your chances of success? Some of the EU programs have a chance of success of less than 1%. A lot of proposals, really, is it worth your while? I should plug this particular book, Research Funding Toolkit. It is nearly 10 years old now, but there's a lot of generic advice, very useful, so potentially take a look at that. It's a useful resource. Unfortunately, it isn't open access, so you have to pay for it, but it's probably worth it. So we've then got these 5 steps. What is the importance of the proposal, of the research? You need to make that really clear to the reviewers. You need to convince them that this project will address those needs, that you stand a reasonable chance of success, of achieving what you set out to do. What is the impact going to be? So not only what is the problem, but what is the ongoing impact? So the problem might be solving climate change, that would be great. What is the overall impact? It may be obvious to you, but you need to make it obvious to the reviewers. Then there's the value. Is it good value, of course? And then finally the competence part, which is often missed, which is, are you as a team the right team to do this? Or are there some underlying issues in terms of other people, perhaps? Sorry, just trying to make sure I'm out of time. You need to make sure that you convince the reviewers that you have the expertise and the experience to be able to deliver this project. I'll focus on each of those in turn. So in terms of writing techniques, I've got 5 there. I'll talk about each of those as we go through. So the assert justify is perhaps a little bit alien to some academics. You're used to, well, say you academics are used to writing it very much in that sort of postulation, discussion, and then coming up to conclusions. That's a bit wishy-washy for a proposal. For a research proposal, you need to say, well, this is what I'm going to do, and this is why, and this is how. So you need to be a lot more assertive. So that's a very, very top tip, very difficult, very different to how you might write a research paper. It can obviously be used to give structure. Again, I'll talk about that. Priming is a technique where you kind of sort of hint about what you're going to do. So you sort of maybe make them worry at the start. You know, this is a really big problem, and you're giving them the hint as to what is to come. So it's quite a subtle technique. So it's to give people a sort of the feeling. If you imagine you're reading a thriller, you know something is happening. You don't know quite what it is yet, but you're interested and you're excited. So it can be a part of a narrative story. Then you kind of follow that up with specific signposting, and this is going to be much more familiar to you. So this is very much the tell them what you're going to tell them, and then tell them what you've told them. So you start off with in this section we are going to. So just to make it really easy for the reviewers, they've got, I don't know, maybe 100 proposals to read. They probably wish they had 5 hours to read each one. They've probably got 15 minutes to read each one, so you've really got to make it easy for them. So really make sure it's laid out really clearly. Then you need to link things together. So this is more or less the same point. Lots of proposal structures have section A and section B, and you need to put this bit here and this part there, and it all becomes very difficult to sort of absorb the whole thing as a reader, so have that sort of structure, link it together. I actually thought that looked like a pile of worms rather than links of a chain, but anyway, there you go. Yeah, and then labelling. If it's a big proposal, if it's a large European Union proposal, for example, you've probably got 40 pages worth. You've got to make it really easy, for the reviewers. If you've got sort of sub-projects in there, give them sensible names. Don't just call it section 1 and section 2. Call it methodology, call it the dissemination, just to make it easy for them. And then you need to take time to do this. These are sort of typical UK timescales. We recommend at least a month to write a proposal. Probably 2 or 3 months is better in terms of that elapsed timescale, because you don't have the full time to do it. You've got other jobs at the same time. A week for approvals, that's at my old institution, the University of Kent. We would guarantee to approve something, or at least have it go through the approval process. It might be turned down, of course, within a week. Nobody would ever come 5 hours before the deadline, of course. That would never happen. Allow 6 months for the outcome. So again, it's probably obvious if you've been involved in more than one proposal, these things take time, and you don't submit a proposal today and say, we'll start on the 1st of April. It's just not going to happen, not going to look believable. Yeah, write it for an intelligent 14-year-old. If you've got a 14-year-old at home, this is a serious suggestion. Get them to read it. If they do not understand what you're talking about, some of those reviewers are going to find it difficult because they're not going to be specific subject area experts. Maybe one of them will be, but a couple of them will be other people who work in chemistry or whatever it might be, but they don't know the particular inorganic chemistry that you're doing. Again, the same point, really important. Share it with as many people as you can. Obviously, people that you trust, you don't want them to steal your ideas. Now, that actually never happens because you spent a lot of time putting this proposal together. A lot of my colleagues were worried about this. It really doesn't happen very often at all. So make sure you get as much input as possible, and that's why you need to be 1 or 2 or 3 months at the start, because you're going to go through 2 or 3 iterations. Quite often you might have an internal peer review process in your institution anyway. If not, maybe consider that. It's a really good way of improving the chances of success. Yeah, so I guess this is just a summary of what's good and what's bad. A really useful thing actually is to look at proposals which aren't successful. It's very obvious straight away why these proposals haven't been successful, because they're just not easy to read or they don't make it clear. This is probably the biggest problem that I often see, which is on the bad application side. Too much emphasis on the background and the literature. This is the bit that academics are comfortable with. They understand the area, and they just assume that it's then obvious what they are proposing to do in the project. I mean, yes, you need to convince them that you're experts, but you also need to tell them exactly what you're going to be doing. Sorry, that's another important point, if I can go backwards. Ignores the funder guidance. Again, for the UK and Europe, the figures are between 5 and 10% of proposals which are rejected when they arrive because they fail to meet the funder requirements in some way. Either they're late, unbelievable I know, or they're on the wrong forms, or they're too long, or the requirement was you had to have partners from 2 overseas institutions and you've only got 1. All obvious stuff, but if you're in a hurry, then those are things which are going to fail. Probably one of the worst things, I'm sure this doesn't happen anymore, there were some that are reviewing for the commission, and the abstract, it said a total maximum of 1,000 characters. The system let you input more than 1,000 characters, but when it got to the reviewers, all we saw was the first 1,000 characters. So the end of the paragraph was just missing, and you couldn't review it. So craziness. So yes, back to despair. I'm not sure what was beeping. I'm sure I've got more time left. So yes, unless you are the person who gets every project funded first time, then there are about 5 of those in the world, I think, but that's probably just statistically the way it was going to work out maths-wise. Typical success rates 10 to 25%. I've already mentioned those horrific EU ones with 1 to 2%. Some success rates are a lot higher, 50 or 60%. So it really is worth looking at that. Don't just do one, do many at the same time. There are a lot of funders who will fund similar projects. Maybe you can be thinking about applying to them with more or less the same project at the same time. It saves on effort. So there we have a bog standard car. Here is your bog standard. I don't know if bog standard probably doesn't translate. Typical, simple, that's what I'm going to say, simple car, simple proposal. So have just the basics set out. So have your research question, have that importance part, maybe have a quick preview of the project. So there's sort of the abstract of the project, if you like. You've got the problem, here's how we're going to solve it. So the kind of the elevator pitch, if you like, and this is probably one page. That's the sort of thing that you would probably share with prospective project partners if you needed. But it's also the information that would need to go onto whatever project proposal form it is for the particular funder. So you've got that information. This is for funder A. Change it a little bit for funder B. I mean, you've also got funder C. They obviously like fast projects, and D, E, and F. So you save a lot of time, and you've now got 6 project proposals, probably for the same effort as you would have done for 2 or 2.5 project proposals. So I think this is probably more or less, as I've said, adapt the information that you've got to the specific template, but make sure you follow the funder guidance. I think read the guidance, read the guidance, read the guidance. That would be the takeaway message. But also make sure that you sell your importance. You say that what you are going to do is going to solve that problem, what the longer term impact is going to be from that. So not just the problem is solved, but because that problem is solved, then more lives are saved, or more energy is saved, or whatever it might be. The project is good value. You haven't asked for too much money. Similarly, you've asked for enough. If you don't ask for enough money, they're not going to believe that you can do it, and that your team has the competence to do it. Okay, so I will now move sort of onto the second half, if you like, of the session, or at least I would do. There we go. So a little bit on trends. We've heard about open research and the importance of that yesterday, and it was also hinted at in terms of vaccines. All that vaccine research was accelerated because of that. A lot of funders now require open research, so they will only pay for publications if they're going to be made open, for example. Following on from that, research data management. You need to have plans in place for what you're going to do with your research data. There's a lot of studies which have shown that making your underlying research data available is going to increase your publication impact in terms of its citations. So the open citation advantage is kind of lesser than it was because a lot of publications are open now. If you make your underlying research data immediately available to readers, you've got about a 37%, depending on the subject area, citation advantage, so well worth it. We move towards narrative CVs. I'm not going to say too much about those, but we can talk later if you're interested. We've heard a lot about the UN Sustainable Development Goals, so I don't need to say anything about that. We've had a few people hint about stakeholder co-design. So this is really who are the people who are going to be impacted or affected by your research. Get them involved at the start. And by the start, I mean when you're putting the project proposal together, so that when your research is done, you're not having to push at them saying, here's what we've done, isn't it great? They know all about it and they want to take it from you, so that impact has accelerated. Perhaps have them on an advisory board, that sort of thing. Okay, public engagement we sort of talked about, and then internationalization, which leads us on to internationalization. So I think we're all convinced research projects are bigger, larger, more international, trying to address SDGs or other just large complex issues. As research managers, we need to have those international networks so that we can better support our colleagues in putting those proposals together. If I'm working with someone from the United States, then that means that I have that person who can translate the English, the American English into English, because they're asking for a social security number, or I don't know what the social security number is, but my colleague in the US will sort that out. So if we're doing a collaborative bid, really important. Okay, so I do a conference session on speed dating with one of my colleagues from the US. Not as stupid as it sounds, actually. We've heard about those sort of sand pits, again from a session this morning. But getting together with colleagues, just making those contacts, and then sort of developing a network. So just a couple of tips on that. I will talk about the importance of soft skills for research managers and how that helps with developing networks. it's that sort of, how often do you apply to the NIH? If it's once a year, their regulations have changed. You can spend 3 days reading up on that, or you can phone Melinda in the US, who deals with them every day. She'll sort out your problems in 2 minutes. Thinking about that sort of mentoring, opening up avenues, and just sort of getting different views on, their different perspectives on things, always very useful. Yeah, and it can even enhance your career, but most importantly, fun and interesting, because, you know, we all have to love our jobs, right? No, we want to love our jobs. So, if you've ever seen a presentation of mine before, you've probably seen this slide, one of my favourite slides, and I will now see if I can explain it in under 10 minutes. On this side, that's not very useful, is it? On the left side, as you're looking, we have a chart which is to do with the importance of technical skills, hard skills, so specific research management skills, for example, costing and pricing, or proposal submission, or contract negotiation. So how important are these skills for research managers? We've then got 3 bars, which are leaders, managers, and operational staff. So are you a sort of a more junior member of staff, operational, or are you the head of the research office, a leader? How important are these technical skills? So the yellow is extremely important. The purple is very important, somewhat important, all the way up to blue, which is not really important at all. So looking at these technical skills, the importance of them is not as high as the soft skills, where you see a whole load of yellow, which is the extremely important. So actually, surprising to me, the technical skills, the importance of technical skills increased as you sort of move up from operational to manager to leader, which seems strange because I would have thought a leader doesn't need those technical skills because they have the staff for them. So yeah, a little bit strange. But those communications, collaboration, all those sort of soft skills, diplomacy and so on, are really important for all levels and become more important as you move up. This is from a survey of 2,691 research managers and administrators around the world, so it's hopefully statistically robust. So this is your one big takeaway: concentrate on those soft skills. So developing networks, serve on committees, attend the business meetings. If it's an association, there's probably a general meeting. That's where the people who are sort of really engaged in the association are going to be. Go there and talk to them. Or just volunteer in any capacity. The people handing out the badges are going to meet everybody, so if you want to meet everybody, offer to hand out the badges. Yeah, don't be shy. I've seen lots of people talking here, but you can probably speak to more people. It's always more comfortable to speak to the people you know. Luckily, I don't know anybody here, so, well, at least I didn't. So I've been trying to speak to as many people as possible. And then when you've done that, then follow up with them. If you don't like speaking to people because you're a little bit introverted, then maybe writing is your thing. It might be a lot easier to write. There are lots of avenues for writing, non-academic things. So newsletters, again, potentially for associations, but there are some supranational associations. So the US associations, for example, are always looking for people from overseas to just write about anything, and just you can write about what it is like in Oman or Qatar or whatever, and there's going to be a lot of people interested because nobody knows about that. Yeah. Also, broadcast your particular interest. If you're interested in research data management, for example, just make it known, and then when people are interested in finding out about research data management, then they might come and speak to you about that. Whereas if you just say, I'm generally a fun person, well, no, I suppose they'll come and speak to you if they want a fun person, but no, let's try and keep it professional. But also, people who are doing similar things to you, also useful, but people who have an interesting position that you think, oh, I wonder what that is. Maybe that's the sort of person you want to be involved in. One of the best bits of advice I got from one of my bosses about networking was, it's always good to be the outsider. If you're in a group of chemists and you're the philosopher, then if they actually want a philosopher, you're the only one there, so if you're the one that everyone goes to, it's probably useful if you're interested in chemistry as well, but yeah, you get the idea. Try and sort of work on the peripheries of other groups. Yeah, of course, reach out to presenters, maybe, send them an email afterwards. You found the presenter. You'll be amazed how many presenters hardly get any feedback afterwards. If you send them an email saying, I found your presentation interesting, can you tell me more about it? They're probably going to reply to you because nobody ever does that. So, and that's how I built my networks. Believe it or not, somebody found one of my presentations interesting, and we're now collaborating together. So yeah, also social media. I'm not sure about Twitter these days. It seems to have died, but LinkedIn seems to be going well. Yeah, if anybody's got a dog, then please do connect with me and we can share dog photos or whatever it might be. Some Twitter handles on the bottom. Okay, so that's probably more or less it. If you are thinking about networking and you want to go sort of international, then, well, first of all, European. There is the European Association. Disclaimer, I'm on the board, so I would say it's a great conference, but Prague is a great city. That's coming up in April. There's also the International Network of Research Management Societies, so it's the network of associations. That has an international conference every 2 years. This year it's in Durban, in South Africa, and in 2025 it will be in Madrid. Again, sort of hosted by EAMAS, which is why I would plug that. So that's probably about all I wanted to say. I suppose the reprise, if you like, is research is global, so you need to be global. Make sure that you hone your networking skills, because just having someone in that sort of LinkedIn directory may not need anything for 3 years, but maybe in 3 years' time you think, I'm supporting this NIH proposal and I really don't know anything about it, but oh look, I've got an American person and I know that they do NIH, you just reach out to them. And if you've spent, I don't know, 2 or 3 emails after that initial contact just to sort of build that rapport, then that person is going to remember you 3 years later. If you just send 1 email, then that's probably not going to do it. So, if you want to develop those relationships, then just consider, sort of reaching out, exchanging a few messages, and then that's it. Then you're good. Think about stakeholders, really important. So this is that kind of involving stakeholders from the start, and having them sort of co-design the research with you, really important. Thinking about that longer-term impact is becoming a lot more important for a lot of funders, and of course, that's why people do research. And that will lead to success. And I guess that means my time's up, which is good, because there's the last slide. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Simon, for sharing your experience with the audience. And I think it's really very, very important to think about this success rate and about how to really be successful in your proposals. We know that the situation today is we have more and more competition because we know that we have less and less funding, unfortunately. So I think your advices are so important for the researchers. But I think that they are also important for us as managers because, as you know, our popularity depends directly from that success rate. As a pre-award manager, I know from the day we make the announcement of the results, I know if my director, Saeed, Dr. Saeed, and myself are popular that day or no. It depends on the success rate, and of course, how we measure this. We measure this in terms of number of smiles in the room. If they are so less, it means that the success rate is not good. So your advice is very important for us also. Okay, thank you. So I think now we are arriving to the last part of this session, which is the panel discussion, and I invite my colleagues, the speakers, to join me here. So Dr. Saoud, Professor Zul, and Dr. Simon, please. Yeah, it's okay. I think I have few questions, so there is no priority. So yeah, just sit as you want. I'm sure I'm sure that there are many questions in the room, but just probably to guide a little bit the discussion, I prepared few questions, and then, of course, I would invite you to continue the discussion with our speakers. So the first question, which is probably obvious, because we are all related to research management and projects. So the first question would be just how the universities are managing and evaluating their research and projects today when it comes to their internal funding, not external funding with some regulations and some, but how the universities are managing. So, for example, how the areas are selected, by which criteria or factors they are driven, etc. So based on your experience, so this probably could help the audience. I don't know, probably Dr. Simon?
Is it working? It's working.
Yes.
You're all sick of my voice by now, so sorry for that. Yeah, so internally funded research is really interesting. We spend a lot of effort getting external funding, and then funders will monitor, and so because of that, internally we then monitor that monitoring, make sure that the academics do what they promise to do. My experience of internal funding, so like sabbaticals or some seed funding, is that we spend a lot of effort doing the selection, and then it's kind of forgotten about almost. So maybe this is just institutions I've worked at, but people go on sabbatical and they say, yeah, I'm going to write a book chapter and put in 2 project proposals. And then they finished, well, what did you do? Well, book chapters I've started, but I didn't quite get around to the project proposals. And then it's sort of forgotten about. And then 3 years later, they apply for another sabbatical, and nobody seems to check back to see whether they've done that. So I think universities could get a lot better results if they actually check a little bit more what people have actually done on those sort of, particularly the sabbaticals where there's no direct money involved, apart from their time, which is really expensive. Maybe others have different experience.
Probably Professor Zul?
In our case, I think it first depends on the mission and the vision of the university, and then the context, the national context of what the university is all about. So, and in International Islamic University, one of the mission is basically to provide education to people who can't afford education, Muslims or non-Muslims. Of course, there's a lot more non-Muslims who can't afford this. So the research are geared to that. So what are the issues, what are the problems that needs to be addressed? I'll give you one very classical issue that we have managed to solve, quote unquote, and this was during the Bosnian War in 1992. When the Bosnians were pushed around in Europe, nobody cares about them. My university took 150 of them to give them education and to build research over what they want when they go back into quote-unquote independent Bosnia. Alhamdulillah, now if you go to Bosnia, I think most of the important positions in Bosnia are taken by the alumni from the university. That's the kind of visioning that we've got, and now we are repeating the same process again with the Rohingyas, the millions of Rohingyas. We talk about research, well and good, but who's saving their lives? So we go and now, alhamdulillah, there are now funding coming in. We're going to repeat the same experience so that these people who are deprived of education can go back and build their country given the education that they have. So these are the fundamental issues that relates to the university. And of course, locally, we look at what are the problems of the country itself. The ministry has got one fundamental goal to meet national aspirations. What are the aspirations of the country that needs to be fulfilled first before we go into international and be part of the international team, as it were. Sometimes our contacts do not relate to somebody else's contact. I just show you about the question of vaccines. Now, suddenly, we find that there's a need to have a kind of a position where we can work among developing countries to produce our own vaccines, because nobody is interested in our life, as it were. And that has been now the kind of the talk of the town, is how do you meet our own context so that we don't over-dependent on other people. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Probably another question related to what Professor Zul was saying is, as you showed in your slides, we went through a very difficult period for the university, which is the pandemics and mainly COVID. Probably the question is, how did COVID impact your way of governance of the research and also of funding? So did really this pandemic made a big hassle to the university in terms of funding for the long term? Did the pandemics help the university probably positively to deal differently with the research management? Probably, I don't know, more awareness online, more this and that?
Yeah, I think for us, the pandemic really opens out our eyes. For example, we used to talk about working with the industry. But we understand that the moment the COVID hits, the first entity to close down is the industry. The industry come back to us and say, we cannot employ your students anymore, there's not enough profit, blah, 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 blah. And suddenly we find that, you know, the university is left high and dry. So what we found in return is that the community is coming back to help us. In fact, the community bailed the university out more often than not during the COVID. Now our emphasis now is shifting to the community. And the community has been left behind because all this while it's about the industry. Nothing wrong with that. But the COVID tells us the industry is not a reliable partner when it comes to a crunch like this. And who is a reliable partner? Is the community. Now the whole emphasis of my university is to move into the community, because the community bailed us out as far as the university is concerned in terms of funding. They raise the funds and they give it to the university when the industry does practically nothing. Of course, some industries are still very loyal to the university, but that depends on the kind of industry that we work with. So we're very selective on the partner that we've got now, and we are very pro, quote unquote, community, because the community seems to be with us in terms of the mission of the university. So that's a fundamental shift. In fact, most of my students now will have to do a project with the community before they even graduate. Just this morning, I have a session with them. They are having a session in back home. How do they work with the community? And the fundamentals working with the community to work with the industry are two different things. And that's why I'm very much into culture. If you go with coat and tie into the community, they will chase you out, because that's not their way of doing things. So we need to be sensitive into the culture, into the norms, and the way we speak to them. And this is the responsible research that we talked about, because before we begin our research, we need to understand the community from day one. And they will be the evaluator of the research at the end of the point, because they will be the beneficiary of the research. It's not some professors from some other universities, because they don't even understand our context. The community will tell us that this research meet our target, we benefit from it, so they can be sustainable in that particular context. There's a big shift in terms of the discussion as far as university is concerned.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yes?
Yeah, I just wanted to quickly add on the effect on research managers and administrators. We often used to let our pre-award staff work from home or virtually, because it was easier for them. But for the post-award, for the finance staff, it was always, oh no, we must have the finance file and so on. And then they couldn't have it. So they could only have that online information. So we had to make improvements to those information systems. Now everyone can work virtually. And I think the upside of that is that there's now a lot more information available, so it's easier to do checks, so that sort of support for research integrity is better. I guess the downside is now that they are perhaps feeling more that they have to work 24/7 because they get an email at 8 p.m. or something from a member of academic staff who needs it by tomorrow morning. So there's a lot more pressure, a lot more stress, I think. So sort of preserving that work-life balance is something that's now become part of what people have to do. So it's an extra skill, an extra soft skill.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I see even in my university, actually, I'm in the pre-award, so exactly what you are saying is the same. So we really learned together with the researchers how to shift also to kind of digital transformation together. It was just, words on on paper, but really the COVID helped us really creating, for example, a blog. It seems very simple, but it's really very important for us. So now we have frequently asked questions, so we receive less emails, so all the people, we direct them there, and we are really learning, you know, putting a lot of video, a lot of things, so it really reduced the headache, let's say, in terms of interaction every day. And now it continues, so we are so happy about that. And if there were no pandemics, probably we never really go deep in this kind of blogs, etc. But as you said, so many other issues raised also relate to that. I have a couple of other questions, but I would not really like to monopolize the discussion. Probably, if you have any questions, yeah, please.
Yes, thank you for all of your presentations. My question is to Professor Razak. First of all, I would like to say that, yes, I kind of agree with your idea of the pharmaceutical companies' greed, because this also applies to some agricultural companies, especially when we talk about, you know, the genomics and so on, and especially in the US. I have two questions. One is there a good example of some companies who've like taken research and then have made good sustainable use of it, and instead of just painting this idea about big companies and researchers being kind of like kidnapped and then being made into profit out of it? The other thing is, question that continues on that is, aren't these the companies who bring your research out? So we need these kind of companies to expose our research and then to make it come out into the community. Because if you see in some countries, for example, where you don't have strong industry, research is being left at the, you know, at that scale in the academics. It's never exposed outside, or it doesn't come into the industry. It never goes into marketing. Nothing happens to research in terms of advancement. So these are the two questions that I have. Thank you.
It was for you. The first question. Yeah. Can you repeat the first?
Can you repeat the first question?
I mean, can you give us a good example, instead of giving us, you know, like, yes, the pharmaceutical companies and all that is, we understand, but is there a good example of companies who made research sustainable, or, you know, a good use of research without profiting? Thank you.
Okay, to start off with, I think I came to the university in 2018. And what I noticed was the university were working in silos. Yeah, perhaps it is not new for academic. We tend to be very individualistic. Yeah? And therefore, working in silos does not bring people together in solving problems. Now, one of the problems that we face in the university is, of course, about question of poverty, not only in Malaysia, but in the Muslim world as such. Because this is an international Islamic university that takes maybe students from more than 100 nations around the world, and trying to find what is the common issues that we can talk about. And therefore, the platform of sustainable development seems to be a natural platform that everybody tend to agree. At the United Nations, people agree on what sustainable development is all about. And certainly, of course, the goal number one is about poverty. Yeah. Number two is about what you call starvation. Number three is about cleanliness. These are basic human problems that the Muslim Ummah community is facing. And therefore, to solve it is to go into understanding what the issues are. For a long time, I think we study poverty in the library under air-conditioned room. We read textbooks that somebody else has write for us. And go back and find out that this is not the kind of solution that we need, because our contexts are also different. Talk about 100 countries, they have got different contexts altogether. And this is where I think the university begin to shift and say, look, we need to go down to the ground to find out what the issues are and what the contexts are. And this is where I think we work with industries that are willing to fund those kind of research. When you talk about agriculture, for example, in my campuses now, there are almost about 17 gardens that we develop in the campus so that we begin to grow our staff again. Because we understand when the pandemic comes in, when there's closed down, there's no food. Unless you serve, unless you grow your own food. And this is where I think agricultural companies now are building those small plots into bigger plots. At one point, I think we used to harvest 20 tons of cucumber and begin to distribute it to the community around us. And that's a kind of learning by doing is something that we emphasize. And we work with industry who wants to support this kind of a philosophy of learning rather than just textbook learning and so on and so forth. There are many of those examples. I mean, pharmaceuticals, of course, the toughest one because you need a lot more money to invest in terms of research and so on and so forth. But getting people to understand how to solve problems immediately without depending on big grants and, and big governments, that we can solve some of our own problems almost immediately if you know how to. And that how to is what the university is focusing on at the moment in time. And that, I think, is what sustainable development is all about from our point of view. But sustainable development relates to many other things, of course. Now, we are going into higher technology as we move on and understanding what the sustainable development is all about. Yep. Second question.
It kind of answers on that, so that's okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before we go to a second question from the room, and as we are talking about sustainability and climate change, etc., I have a small question to Sheikh Dr. Saud related to how do you see a possible transition, energy transition, happening in the GCC region?
If you notice with recently in the news, notice last year, I'm sure the same thing happened in other GCC countries. It used to hear like Qatar Petroleum. Suddenly you find out that the name has changed. You no longer as Qatar Petroleum, it's actually Qatar Energy. So it's one of your strengths. When you look in Qatar as a specific example, we don't have many resources other than energy. So your look has to be limited in the same field. Issues might be seen in the future. For example, one of the companies in Qatar is the aluminium company. So aluminium companies start to inform us that there's an issue of eco-design, there's an issue about emissions. So around 20% of export of Qatar of aluminium might be banned in the year 2026. So this is drive the nation in general to look into alternative ways. So one of the ways, specifically if you talk, first you don't want to limit yourself to petroleum, you're actually talking about energy exports. So the obvious one is actually, as Dr. Mariam said yesterday, she doesn't like to hear the highest per capita because we're a small nation, but most of the emissions actually coming from the industries. So 65 coming from Qatar Petroleum. So the first step is actually to reduce, research look into reducing carbon footprint from oil production and transportation. The second one, maybe you heard also in the news, last year Qatar was talking about the blue ammonia. So blue ammonia, hydrogen, all of them are the same kind in the same area. So it's kind of a cleaner type of energy. Hydrogen can be used for heavy industries. The third way, also it was in the news, but it was in the news maybe in 10 years ago, but there's still a talk about it. At the regional level, Qatar, because it's a producer mainly of gas, not oil. So the best way as a cleaner energy in comparison to oil is actually to transform this energy into electricity. Electricity can be linked to the rest of the region and can be reducing the carbon footprint for the whole region. So you heard about Kuwait, you heard about Saudi, you heard about Egypt, that they want to buy electricity from Qatar. And I think the last one is maybe, as mentioned, يعني by everyone in this conference, maybe regional ecosystem might be one of the approaches that we need to look into. And also, these countries, because of the existence of energy, can be in the future maybe more industrialized for future exports.
Excellent. And here I think it obviously shows how important the R&D to accompany all these actions. But in the same time, I think you talked about these actions. So I guess that for developing countries, these global actions may have an impact. So what is the best, let's say, strategy to minimize or to accompany these impacts?
So as mentioned earlier, resources, for example, I think Oman is in better shape than Qatar, but Qatar, almost all of our water comes from desalination from the sea. So R&D, and this is one of the priorities in Qatar National Vision. So R&D need to look into how to make a country more self-efficient. So you need to have the food security, and you're going to need to have the water security at least. And the other things is, as mentioned earlier, maybe making this country more industrialized, and at the end, looking into maybe at a regional level, creating a good ecosystem at a regional level. As far as I know, if you consider Turkey to be the Middle East, I think in that region will be Turkey the best example for us, because it's the most industrialized country in that region.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's see if there is another question. Yes? It's not working.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, everyone. And ya'tikum al-afiyah. Well, my question is, honestly, I want to hear your insights. Like you've mentioned different modules or approaches regarding research management and governance of research. How about the maqasid al-sharia or the sharia objectives as a framework for research management? How do you see this happening in our era? And honestly, I took some notes, like from Dr. Del-Kifl. You've mentioned a sentence that is very attracted me a lot, saying that greed could kill us all. So how do you see, for example, how do you see the maqasid, the objectives, would serve the humanity? And the same thing also for Sheikh Dr. Saud. You've mentioned the DIKW pyramid, which is the data, information, and so on. How do you see this build upon the maqasid and the objectives of Sharia as to be the foundation for all these approaches? Thank you.
Thank you.
Let me try. I'm not a religious scholar. I'm a scientist by nature, but I've been with the university for 5 years now, and I do understand a little bit about maqasid al-sharia. Maqasid al-sharia for us, on a global level, we talk about maqasid, people like Simon will probably not understand this. Yep. So we translate it. When I talk to the Europeans, I call it the 5 basics of human existence. The 5 principles, the 5 bases of human existence. One is life. One is intellect. The other one is progeny, which is about future generation. And the other one is wealth, about resources, including your air, your water. And the other one is, of course, about principles and beliefs. You know, when I mention this to a crowd, mainly non-Muslims, nobody seems to go against this, because it's almost a very human sort of principle. Everybody wants to protect life. Everybody wants to protect intellectual capacity. Everybody wants to move into the future generation. We are talking about the future all the time. Resources, talk about climate change, global warming, and of course, believe the principles that you adhere to. So when we look at these 5, and when we look at the 17 goals of sustainable development, every one of those 17 goals can be slotted into these 5. Yeah? Talk about poverty, it's about life. Yeah? talk about cleanliness, it could be about education. So you can have these 17 goals, you can have this more than 17 goals, but to the Muslim, this 5 is enough. So in other words, when we look at our research, we will say, how do you start your research? Which of the 5? A medical person say, I want to save life. Fine, go ahead. Yeah? By the end of the day, after the research, then we'll ask, okay, you have saved life, what about the other 4 goals? Of course, when you save life, you do research, your intellectual prowess goes, then you have met the second maqasid. And you save life, you also save the future generation. That's the third maqasid. So we ask the business school, okay, they want to say increase wealth, fine. And after you get wealth, how do you then distribute it and make sure all the other maqasids are also attended to? So in other words, that's how we evaluate research at the end of the day, not how many publications you got, tier 1 journal, but only 300 people read in the world. Yeah, you have got impact of 10, but what is the impact on the ground? 0. That's not the research that we look for. So in other words, we ask the question of maqasid becomes the fundamental judgment of how successful your research is in the context of impact that talks about maqasid. Yeah? And our SDG, we understand it from Rahmatan lil Alamin, which is a higher level of SDG. Rahmatan lil Alamin, mercy to all, not only the Muslim, the non-Muslims, not only to human life, also the dogs that Simon showed, they're all important to us. So we connect it to what Islam teaches and makes it more relevant to us. And this is where I come back to the cultural context. You know, if we just do this and don't understand where it comes from, Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam meant his shoe, meant his sandal, meant his government. That is sustainable development. We just throw our shoe the moment it is, it's not good. We throw it away and buy another one. That's not sustainable. So if you go back to the history of Islam, we were sustainable 1,500 years ago. Where is it now in our society? So those are the questions that we asked when we talk about research in the real sense of the word. We are not in a hurry to go to the moon. We need to solve the problem on the earth. You know, during the COVID, if you remember, we are all hard up for money, but here people from going to the moon, these people have this anti-gravity experience. I remember 3,000 or 300 of them going to the moon. I mean, these are not what we talked about in terms of research. It's a very basic idea of how to serve human life and how to bring back dignity to human life. If that is achieved, I think we are on the way what we think research ought to be. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I think the last answer from Dr. Saud.
I think the answer has been covered, but to link it to the knowledge, as said, knowledge is to start with the observation, then collect information. So it's a circle, and you have always to evaluate. And as mentioned, always the human perspective is important in this. So science is done actually for people. It's not science for the sake of research. So it's a very common word used all the time by a lot of research institutions. When they're being criticized, they say they do research for the sake of research, so not for the human being.
Thank you very much. I think the time is running, and my colleague already told me that we are late. So now I think it's time for coffee break. So I would like first to thank my speakers for their contribution. Thank you very much for your insights. And I would like also to thank you and to thank all the organizers for this wonderful session and for this wonderful conference. Thank you very much. Have a nice day. احنا كيف تحركي هذا بعد؟
انا جبت تنزل واحد.
السلام عليكم. نحاول نبدأ الجلسة الثانية اليوم. فاللي السلام عليكم. أحب أرحب فيكم في الجلسة الثانية اليوم إن شاء الله، وهي الجلسة الختامية بالنسبة للمؤتمر. بيكون عندنا متحدثين
رئيسيين بالنسبة للجلسة هذه، وأيضا بتكون عندنا 3 أوراق عمل مقدمة من باحثين مختلفين في الجامعة، ومن أيضا دولة الجزائر، وأيضا من هو من الجامعة ودولة الجزائر. فعندنا 3 أوراق عمل ومتحدثين رئيسيين إن شاء الله. نبدأ عشان نخلص على الوقت. المتحدثة الأولى بتكون عندنا إن شاء الله Dr. Catherine Watson. And Dr. Catherine has a background in both academia and business and manages research impact and external engagement for Leeds University Business School. Her role includes supporting members of faculty in achieving impact from their research and management practice and policy. She is the professional manager for impact strategy and culture research, engagement, and impact training. She is also a member of the Leeds University Business School Faculty Research Impact and Engagement Panel. Catherine also has an interest in expanding the involvement of the academic community in policy-focused impact as a member of the university's policy engagement network. Catherine is going to present a talk. She's a keynote speaker and going to present delivering research impact for policy and practice, evidencing economic and societal impact. So please welcome Dr. Catherine.
Thank you, Dr. Malik. Good morning, everybody. I'm very honoured and delighted to be here to have this opportunity to present at the REMAC conference. I'm going to talk about 3 things this morning. Firstly, about developing impact culture and capabilities so that our research in our institutions can actually make a difference out there in the real world. I'm then going to go on and talk about the UK Research Excellence Framework, and I'll explain a bit more what that is about, and some analysis that I have done on the impact case studies that were submitted to the REF. And then I'll go on and cover a very topical matter of evidencing and measuring impact. So the photographs, sorry, I need to move my next slide on. There we go. So that's the outline of my presentation. The photographs, images that you can see here are of Leeds University Business School, which is my institution. I'm going to be talking from the perspective of a research manager within the faculty. Leeds University Business School is a full-service business school. We have 5,000 students on an annual basis, and we have about 300 academic staff. We're a member of the University of Leeds, which is the Russell Group University in the north of England, with about 40,000 students. The blue sky that you can see on the photographs is perhaps a little bit misleading, because I'm sure you will appreciate that at this time of year, the north of England is a lot colder than it is here in Oman. So, first of all, I want to kick off by saying, what do we mean by research impact? And the definition that we typically use is shown here on this slide, and it's from Research England. So research impact is defined as an effect on, change or benefit to the economy, society, culture, public policy or services, health, the environment or quality of life beyond academia. So we're not talking about impact as simply an academic standing up and giving a presentation and telling people about the results of their research. It's not the dissemination and somebody saying, oh, that was really interesting, you know, very good. It's about the tangible change that happens in organisations external to the higher education institution. And there are a whole range of different actors that can benefit from that research, from government bodies, government departments, regulatory bodies, third sector organisations, professional institutions, intermediaries, public authorities, and so on. A huge variety of people that can benefit. And the impact has to be a benefit for good. It's not, it's not necessarily about just making more money, as we've been hearing about in the last session. And it does require the academic community really to give a bit more thought to how this impact is going to happen. We have the REF that I mentioned, the Research Excellence Framework, that means that research impact has been on the agenda in higher education in the UK for more than a decade now. In 2014, we had our first REF, which actually assessed nationally the impact of our universities across all disciplines. So now we're asking academics to think about their impact goals, to know who their beneficiaries from the research are going to be, to think about what plans they need to take to achieve that impact, and to communicate in a way that different audiences can understand what the research is actually about. And something that myself as a research manager I'm focusing on at the moment is trying to get our academics to develop what we call a theory of change, a clear plan of how to achieve the impact. So this really does, I'm going to talk about culture and capabilities. First of all, a little bit about culture. So here I'm rather pleased to notice that I have a formula on this slide. This is rather similar to the one His Excellency Dr. Saif had yesterday morning. So we have research times engagement equals impact. And what the message to our academics is that if you want your research to really make a difference to external organisations, then you can't do it in isolation in an ivory tower. You have to engage with external people. That engagement aspect is crucially important and will even shape the research agendas, not just the outcomes. But equally, also, you can't just have engagement without the research. It's not a matter of somebody having an opinion or being, having 30 or whatever years of expertise in a particular area and going and talking about what they think of on a particular problem. It's about having some research evidence that they put into the mix. I want to remember to click the green thing. Go on to talk about impact capabilities. And as a business school, we have been working on developing our impact culture and our impact capabilities for some time. In terms of impact capabilities, I think there are 4 main areas of support that we as research managers and research leaders give to our academic community. First of all, financial support. We have 2 schemes that they can apply to for impact funds. So they could apply for up to, say, 20,000 UK pounds, which is not a bad amount of money, really, for a project. They could collect some data with that, but they have to be able to demonstrate that it will have an impact. We have an annual training programme which covers all aspects of impact and engagement and increasingly about policy engagement. We're in the process of forming a policy and public sector forum to support that. A lot of our work is at the individual level. What we aim to do is to manage a portfolio of impact across the faculty, and that means not just cases, impact cases for the REF, but making it that impact is something that everyone can do and feel is part of their research agenda. And then also we facilitate external engagement. We run an engagement series called Ideas in Practice that's been running for 6 years now. And we have monthly events, not as big as this, but probably up to about 100 people and daytime conferences and so on, where the sole purpose is to engage with business or policymakers or other institutions. So then about impact culture. Very importantly, we have I think, developed the leadership and support infrastructure within the faculty to make that possible. We have a Director of Research Impact who I work with on a daily basis, who is an academic professor and promotes impact and engagement amongst the faculty and helps determine the strategy. We have a well-established impact and engagement panel which will fulfill various roles, including reviews and assessments of impact. We've recently appointed visiting professors of research impact, who are people coming from outside on a fractional contract to work with our academics. In terms of recognition and reward, we have included impact and engagement in the promotion criteria. We do give quite generous awards for impact achievement and find various ways to recognise what people have done. Also, there are external influences that are very important. For example, working with collaborative partners, they can have a strong influence on the research agenda and how it's utilised. Also, funding bodies, I think, over the past decade, have increasingly seen impact as something that they expect to appear in any grant application. So I'm going to go on to talk about the REF now. So the Research Excellence Framework is an annual assessment of research of every higher education in the UK, and it takes place roughly every 6 or 7 years. There's an assessment for your scientific outputs that are peer-reviewed, so the journal articles that you produce. There's an assessment for your research environment, which includes the culture and the support that you give to research and various other things. And then there's an assessment for research impact. And the impact element of it counts as 25% of the assessment. The REF, and we do get a bit obsessive about this, is something that is important because it not only influences the amount of money that the government gives to universities, and based on your performance you get a certain amount of money, but also the prestige associated with the REF is very important as well. Now, the REF results, you can find it all on a website. If you simply Google REF 2021 results, you will find it there. And you can view every case, impact case study that was submitted that is not confidential. An impact case study is a narrative of a body of work usually achieved over a significant number of years and with very significant outcomes for an external audience. What I have done in my analysis was to take the top institutions. So you can find a ranking of institutions, and I'm pleased to say that my institution actually came 8th out of 108 business schools in the UK. So I looked at the cases produced by the top 7 institutions. And here you can see the topics that are covered by those cases and who the beneficiaries were. There's a lot to do with public authorities and public services, such as the National Health Service. They're very varied. And here you can see the topics that are covered. I'm sorry, for a time's sake, I won't read these out. What is perhaps surprising to us in the discipline of business and management is that out of 39 cases, there were only 6 that you would actually say were corporate focus cases. And indeed, we would not regard helping a corporate company to make a bigger profit. It's unlikely anybody would really submit that as an impact case. So we're not going to have an impact case around helping Heinz to sell more baked beans or tomato ketchup. It really is generally about doing things for good, like innovation, entrepreneurship, helping society, solving managerial problems so that services and businesses run more efficiently, and we would, recognise cost and efficiency savings and sustainability gains. So the analysis that I did of these cases was to look at the different approaches that are taken there and to see what is the premise. This is what is the thing behind an impact case that actually makes it capable of delivering impact. And here I identified 4 particular things. So first of all, the impact case must have, it could have, the way of doing it would be that it has robust evidence on a particular problem. That there's a problem being identified, it might be recognised nationally or internationally as a crucial problem, and the research sheds light on that problem, and that then provides the evidence base that stimulates probably policymakers, but it could apply in a business context as well, to take some action to address that problem. It could be about an intervention, so that would be a before and after situation. So some research I'm involved in is very much about having an intervention with the National Highways Authority that will improve a before scenario so that the after situation is much improved. It could be a different framing or philosophical approach. And I mean, as a simple example, we have some economists that work on the systems of systems approach. That's their philosophical underpinning rather than a sort of a cost-benefit analysis approach. It might be a new methodology to address a problem, and this is particularly relevant, I think, and quite a good way of actually making something different, and it may be very well technology related. So that is the premise, rather quickly. But then also, what is the mechanism by how that impact is delivered? And there are a number of different ways that this happens. So policy engagement or policy influence may lead to the actual change taking place. By engagement with policy, I mean most likely directly working with a government department or a policy-related institution. Indeed, they may well have commissioned some research with us, and therefore, you know, they will have set the objectives and have ongoing discussions with the researchers as the work progresses. By policy influence, it may be that the researchers are not so closely connected with the policymakers, but they have a particular research track record and a research agenda that they are promoting, and they will do various things to try and influence the policymakers in a certain way. Collaboration could be participative action research with organisations. And then you have new standards or procedures, so it could be an international standard, it could be about HR systems, you know, all sorts of things, or it could be an industry standard. There could be a new program, and here executive education might play a role. So there's one particular case where I think they had over 1,000 executives on different programs, and that was then followed through to demonstrate how those organisations has actually utilised the research. Or it might be a new particular system. There's one in particular that I rather like, where there's a new app that alerts patients as to which accident and emergency unit they should go to if they have the need, you know, so they can look at the demand and the waiting times at different hospitals and decide which hospital to go to. And that was a very good case. So what I want to say is that understanding the premise and the mechanism behind an impact case is very important and is a clue to how to be successful in having some impact. In terms of geographic scope, these cases were split 50-50 international and UK. I don't think it really makes a difference. You know, it's not going to be a success driver, whether it's international or UK focused. In our discipline, that might vary in other disciplines. this is just showing some of the beneficiaries. So of the 39 cases, there was something like 250 plus different beneficiaries from these impact cases. Very, very varied, you know. So that in itself is quite interesting. I then want to go on to talk a bit about measuring and monitoring. And I think, you know, this is important. I know it's talked about in my institution and broader. Can I have a bit of a time indication? Am I okay? Thanks. All right then, so measuring and monitoring impact. It's a thorny issue, and it's something that can fill you with fear. You know, if your university starts saying, we're going to measure impact, and you sort of think, oh no, what on earth are they going to do, and can we actually do it? So I did write a paper for our faculty on this particular topic, and it's really some matters for consideration. So I think, first of all, you have to ask yourself, what is the purpose of us collecting data, looking at metrics for impact? Is it that we want to have data recording for our particular institution, whether it be a faculty or a school or whatever? Do we want to know the collective impact of that school unit? Is it about measuring our progress on a particular trajectory? And I mean, obviously in the UK case, the REF is something that looms on the horizon. Is it that we want to look at the output measures for our impact, or are we talking about reward and recognition? So I think it's quite important that you consider the purpose of measuring, and probably not try and do them all at once, because then you're just going to overburden people. Where are you going to get the data from? Is it going to be from individuals? Do you have the data in existence already? And I think there's a need to bear in mind that academics do get very frustrated and a bit fed up if they're continually asked for data time and time again and from different sources. And so if you can minimize the amount of data collection that you have directly from them, that is better. Are you looking at having data about impact from your research centres or some other particular unit rather than individuals? It might be that you have to get individual data to get the collective centre data. But what are you going to use it for when you've got it? And then how do you handle qualitative information and other sort of information as well? Because it's not all quantitative. And then there are some risks involved in this, and I think these are really important to bear in mind. The problem with metrics is that you can place too much emphasis on collecting data that is easy to collect. And you need to bear in mind that if you do introduce some metric system, that you will change behaviour. People are very good at game playing, you know, tick the box, get the performance score or whatever. If you check, you need to avoid unintended consequences of changing behaviour. It's very topic dependent, it's very difficult to standardise across different areas. And also, you need to make sure that what you're actually measuring is linked to the research. So it's not, you know, it's got to be research focused. That is important. So this next slide just shows what we are doing with regard to monitoring and measurement at the moment. In fact, it's a very simple system because we want to monitor progress towards the next REF. We don't want to make it too onerous. So we're looking at some simple sort of yes-no questions. Is there a coherent body of research? Has it been published? What publications do we need? Are the beneficiaries identified? Do we have an established relationship with those beneficiaries? And what is the nature of that relationship? And what are the impact goals? What do we need to do to achieve those impact goals? So fairly soft metrics, but important, and that should help us along the journey. And we will, in due course, have some a bit harder measures that look at actual performance as we go along. This is just really some of the things that if you're actually talking about an impact case, so for example, the director that I talked about had an impact case study with Ericsson, the corporate technology company in Sweden, headquartered in Sweden. And that was a corporate focus case. So, you know, what are the metrics at that level that you actually need? In our discipline, business and management studies, these are some of the sort of metrics that come out quite frequently. You know, has there been a cost saving, a financial saving? Has there been a growth in jobs? Is there increased financial investment? And for example, we have some researchers that focus very much on regional financial investment in business. Has there been a reduction in the carbon footprint and various sustainability measures and so on? So those are the sort of things we look at. And I hope that quick go through measurement metrics is useful. Just to conclude then, I believe that if you're going to make sure that your research makes a difference out there in the real world, at an institutional level, it's important to look at both the capabilities and the culture that you have. You need those to go hand in hand. And then in terms of actual impact cases, and I know this is a bit UK focused, but if you want, I think the thing is, if you understand the premise on how that impact is going to be delivered, what is it? What is the way, the key thing that it has, and what is the mechanism for delivering that? And that you're quite focused in that. You know, if people are vague and not sure, then it, to me, would be a bit of a red flag. And then finally, regarding measurement, having a clear purpose in doing it and avoiding the risks, and being flexible to the fact that different areas need different metrics. It's not easy to standardize. And so with that, I'd like to say thank you, and I hope that's been useful. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Dr. Catherine, for your talk. I mean, it was, again, this point is being raised again and again and again in terms of the impact of research on society and community rather than goes beyond the academia. I'm not gonna, expand on this because we have 4 more talks, but we'll leave it at the end for the panel discussion. So next, I would like to welcome Mr. Majid Al-Mahrouqi, who is the corporate planning manager at Petroleum Development of Oman. Mr. Majid has graduated with an MNG in petroleum engineering from Heriot-Watt University in Scotland, and he joined Petroleum Development Oman in 1998 and has been the PDO ever since, which is good. He has held multiple technical roles such as production technologist, profile control, project leader, well service coordinator, production technology technical authority, and reservoir management team leader, development planning team leader, and cluster leader. So I would like to welcome Mr. Majid to the podium. And Mr. Majid is going to talk about research and development of the journey of research and development at PDO. Thank you.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum and good morning. First of all, very honored to be here among very highly intellectual people. As probably most of you have heard, I come from PDO, and I see that a lot of people here maybe have not heard about PDO. PDO is Petroleum Development Oman. It is actually the largest oil and gas operator in the country. It operates the largest concession area and largest block also in Oman. Of course, within that, it means we have variable fields, variable reservoirs, and many of them, and we are blessed with that, alhamdulillah. With that comes a lot of challenges and a lot of issues that we need to face and we need to overcome. Hence, collaborating with outside entity, be it university, other companies, is actually a must, is not a choice, to overcome some of these issues that we have in our day-to-day work. So I'm going to give you a brief history of how PDO is actually managing R&D with specifically focused on SQU, because I think that's the first university in Oman, and we have history that started quite some time ago. And I'm going to save Dr. Malik a bit of time because I'm not intending to spend 25 minutes. It's going to be slightly shorter than the rest of the presentations. Yep. So a bit of history of R&D within PDO, and then that will lead us to the formation of IJAD, and I'm not sure how many of you have heard of IJAD. Certainly people from SQU have. And then what's the process is like in the IJAD platform for research. The maturation funnels, and this is basically to show how many projects we've worked in, what stage they are in. And then I'll explain that when it comes to. Investment, so how much PDO spends actually on R&D, and then focusing a little bit on how much we've spent at what area on the work that we've done with SQU as well. Last but not least is just food for thought. I've called it improvement area, but it's really just things to be triggered. And I've heard a lot of stuff today on research and research impact and research value. So having me coming from the industry, I like to see value for what I spend my money on. So don't get fooled, please. There have to be some outcome out of the investment that we've put in. It's not free money. We totally realize that some of them are successful, some of them are failing, but that's okay. We know it's not going to be 100% success. Okay, a bit on the history. I think SQU started 1983, if I'm not mistaken. 86? Okay, sorry about that. So I would like to think that this is not really the first time we started collaborating with SQU in 1995. However, this is how much data we found, and it shows that the starting point was in 1995. And we started with trying to understand heaters to develop a field called Mukhezna in PDO. So Mukhezna has a very complex fluid characterization. It's actually very viscous, very difficult to flow. And we wanted to actually work with SQU to find a solution on how we can actually develop that field. It's one actually of the biggest field in PDO at that time, and it was called the sleeping giant. So you can understand the importance of such a field. In 2001, there was a memorandum of understanding between PDO and SQU on basically the scope of work that we're going to do together and the funding that we're going to do together with them. In 2002, that was actually officialized by a contract, a call of contract, to actually start the work on these projects. Between 2002 and 2014, PDO and SQU held jointly what we call technology souk. And basically this was done at the premises of SQU. The intent of these kind of workshops were basically for PDO to bring all their challenges on the table, explain them, and for SQU also to bring all their ideas. And then this would have formed the project plan for the coming years. As you see, so far, it's all between SQU and PDO. So it's a one-to-one relationship. My judgment of this relationship has been, in my opinion, very successful. Between 2007 and 2014, we had more than 60 projects between PDO and SQU at that time, at that period. Now, in 2015, things started to change. And what I mean by that is we moved on from just one-to-one relationship to actually trying to invite more people into this. And at this point in time, there was an Oman Energy Master Plan where I think at this point we had almost 100 stakeholders from the industry, from the academia, from international energy players, government, and even the private sectors. And basically the intent was for this forum to actually explore ways to tackle what they were classified at that point, the top 5 energy challenges that are coming on the horizon. The top recommendation from that, and I'll read, this is from a report, they had 15 recommendations for the government of Oman to adapt at that point in time. And one of them is, and this is the top recommendation, was to narrow the gap between industry and academia to basically create an R&D ecosystem. So at this stage, it's still talks, as you can see, and these are the kind of recommendations. So that was followed immediately the year after with Oman Energy Industry Academia R&D Summit. This was under the patronage of SQU with support from Ministry of Energy and Gas at that time, oil and gas, today it's energy. Also with support from PDO. And this basically, actually, the number 1 recommendation was, at that point in time, is to draft basically an R&D protocol that would be later ratified by all the energy players and also all the academia guys who are going to participate in this. 2017, that task was given to PDO, Gulf Intelligence, and the Research Council to actually put that draft together. They've done that, and it was ratified in 2017, and that actually formed the first start for IJAD. And maybe you're asking, what is IJAD? So IJAD had very high hopes based on the national level, also on the business level, and as well as on academia. On this graph, I'm actually trying to pinpoint to the most important things. So you have technology development on the national level that we wanted to have, industry and academia government platform for capacity building. We also wanted to close the gap between the industry and the academia as well. That was from probably top 3 goals for the national level. From the business perspective, we wanted to solve complex problems that we face in the industry, and this is primarily focusing on the energy sector being the largest economic sector in Oman, of course. And also enhance the capability. From academia perspective, this is supposed to have provided a one-stop shop to be looking for funding, post your challenges, also get looking for people to actually support you in terms of research, and also capitalizing on all the intellectual power in Oman in one-stop shop. In this graph, I will try to summarize how the process should work. So if you start from the top, an industry would post a challenge, basically saying, this is my problem, and I need a solution for it. Now that challenge goes into the platform, the IJAD platform, and then the academia would be alerted that there is a challenge. Can you look into it and propose if you have an idea there? And an idea would be posted by basically the academia saying, I think we have a solution for this. That goes back into the platform. The industry would evaluate and validate if that idea is actually will support and will help solving the problem. They will actually express their interest in this idea. They will ask the academia for a full proposal to solve that problem. That goes back into the platform for evaluation and eventually a contract being awarded. And then it goes through the normal channel of execution and reporting. This actually, so far in EJAD platform, we had almost 70 projects being posted in there. Proudly, we could say PDO have actually more than half of them. They actually came from PDO, so almost 38 of those challenges actually were posted by PDO. And as you can see, there are different kind of challenges. Each color represents a different type of challenge, be it subsurface water management, be it energy conservation, and different type, and they are at different stage. Out of the 38 challenge, we have 19 of them that have actually, they were accepted and completed. Some of them were dropped. And as you can see, there are about 16 of them that dropped. And some of these proposals are actually still under review. You could ask why they've been dropped. Some of these challenges are extremely complex. They actually couldn't find a solution for. So they basically just get dropped. Some of them, the timeline is actually quite long. So eventually interest is lost. On this graph, I just would like to highlight that we are truly interested in improving our business with collaboration with the rest of the industry. PDO spends almost $60 million every year on research for the last 3 years consistently. This covers studies, everything that we do across board in the company. Be it OPEX or CAPEX, for those who probably are keen to know the difference between the two. And a lot of it is actually spent on different topics. So as you can see, these are only the projects that we have actually completed with SQU, and they cover anything from EOR to the energy conservation spectrum. So we have researches on multiple fronts, multiple phases as well, and multiple challenges. Last but not least, I would like to highlight a few points, and this is again more are food for thoughts to improve the relationship between us and the academia, or the industry and the academia. The first one is to align on the challenges. I think in today's world, and we've heard it many times, there are more and more challenge on being green and ensuring that our operation and our products are becoming green. So, not too close, okay. Hope I didn't blow anybody's ear. So we really need to understand that and align on our top priorities. What PDO is committed to actually reducing its greenhouse emission. We have very stringent target for midterm and for the long term. We're looking into multiple areas to decarbonize, be it decarbonizing and improving the efficiency of existing operation, or even going beyond into stuff like carbon capture and utilization or storage, and in digitalization that can help us be more intelligent. So an alignment on the challenges between us and academia, in my opinion, is important. Value drivers, again, as I said, if we invest, we expect value back. So it has to be clear to both sides that this is not research for the sake of research, but this is research for the sake of value generation. A lot of ideas that we've noticed, despite the fact they actually are successful in the lab, they're successful in the research stage, but they don't actually go anywhere beyond that. A strategy for commercialization, and which probably gonna encourage more and more work from this kind of collaboration, is a must, in my opinion. And I think that was one of the aims of EJAD, but I think maybe we've not been extremely successful in that front. Last but not least is actually aligning on the research and funding. I'm quite sure there's a lot of similarities between, especially in the energy sector, on the challenges that we face. And the idea is not for everybody to work on the same problem separately, but to actually ensure that we align And there's a lot of JIPs that are actually going on at the moment. PDO, we're working with international partners on some of these JIPs, working with ADNOC, we're working with universities in Holland and in Europe, where we're trying to actually collaborate with them together, fund one research that could help all of us, not just one single entity. This actually helps quite a lot in spreading the cost across for these kind of stuff. With that, I would like to end my brief glimpse on PDO history on R&D. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Majid, for summarizing for us the collaboration history between PDO and SKU, which has been actually very fruitful, especially during the past few years, and hope that continues, inshallah, through the EJAD platform. Now we will move into paper presentations. We have 3 papers that are submitted to the conference, and our first speaker here, and I guess this will be in Arabic because all the titles are in Arabic, so I will just change to عربية، يعني مو الطيران العربية بس العروق العربية. معوقات البحث العلمي في الكليات الخاصة من وجهة نظر أساتذتها بسلطنة عمان. المتحدثة دكتورة مها العاني، هي مديرة الإرشاد مركز الإرشاد الطلابي في جامعة السلطان قابوس. فتفضلي دكتورة. Just to make note, the paper presentations are only 15 minutes، 15 دقيقة. دكتورة والأخوة الثانيين.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته، والصلاة والسلام على أفضل الرسل محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم. عنوان الورقة البحثية معوقات البحث العلمي، طبعا في الكليات الخاصة من وجهة نظر أساتذتها، طبعا الهيئة الأكاديمية في تلك الكليات. طبعا عندما نتحدث عن البحث العلمي، طبعا أفادونا من اليوم الأول واليوم الثاني عن أهمية البحث العلمي بمختلف المجالات ومفاصل الحياة، وعلى اعتبار هو الآن أهم مظاهر الأساسيات في الحياة والعصر الحالي. طبعا أيضا بدأت الدول تبني خططها وفق آليات وأهمية البحث العلمي، وأيضا بدأ الإنفاق بيزيد على اعتبار إحنا يمكن هذه عام 2015 طبعا في زيادة أيضا، لأن على اعتبار الورقة مقدمة مسبقا لهذا المؤتمر، لكن عندما نتابع السنوات اللاحقة نجد في إنفاق كبير من قبل الدول على موضوع البحث العلمي. طبعا عندما نحاول أن نعرف ما مشكلة البحث، ما معوقات البحث العلمي في الكليات الخاصة بسلطنة عمان من وجهة نظر الهيئة الأكاديمية، وما الفروق في المعوقات طبعا أيضا من قبل الهيئة الأكاديمية كموفق متغيرين، متغير الذكور والأناث ومتغير سنوات الخبرة. طبعا نتحدث عن الأهمية، يمكن ما نعطيها كثير مساحة على اعتبار مثل ما ذكرت قبل قليل كثير أوراق تكلمت عن أهمية البحث العلمي، وأيضا بدأت الحياة تتغير بأساليبها المختلفة والأمور اللي ممكن تحسن من حياة الإنسان، وتطور التكنولوجيا أيضا من خلال البحوث وتطورها. أهداف الدراسة: التعرف على معوقات البحث العلمي في الكليات الخاصة في سلطنة عمان من وجهة نظر الهيئة الأكاديمية، وأيضا ما الفروق في تلك المعوقات وفق متغيري النوع الاجتماعي وسنوات الخبرة. الحدود الموضوعية كان هي معوقات البحث العلمي في الكليات الخاصة، والحدود المكانية هي كانت الهيئة الأكاديمية في الكليات الخاصة بمحافظة مسقط. كانت هذه الدراسة 2019 يعني على نهاية 2019 يعني في العام الأكاديمي 2018-2019. المتغيرات الديموغرافية مثل ما ذكرت آنفاً هو الجنس أو ما يذكر في بعض الدراسات النوع الاجتماعي وأيضاً سنوات الخبرة. نجي إلى المصطلحات اللي ذكرت في البحث. إذا حاولنا أن نعرف ما المقصود بمعوقات البحث العلمي، الإجراءات التي تؤثر سلباً في مقدرة الهيئة الأكاديمية للقيام بالبحوث العلمية. أما الهيئة الأكاديمية، الكادر الأكاديمي من يحمل شهادة الماستر والدكتوراه، وأيضاً معين في تلك الكلية كون هو من الهيئة الأكاديمية، أيا كان مسمى باحث، معيد، مساعد مدرس، أستاذ مساعد، أستاذ مشارك وأستاذ. طبعاً مثل ما ذكرت يعملون بالوظائف الأكاديمية. طبعاً أما إجرائياً الدرجة طبعاً اعتبار هناك أداة في البحث هي الأداة اللي هي الدرجة الكلية اللي يحصل عليها أفراد العينة، وطبعاً هذه تم إعداد هذه الأداة للقيام بهذه الدراسة. أما الكليات الخاصة هي المؤسسات التعليمية الخاصة المعترف بها من قبل وزارة التعليم العالي بسلطنة عمان، والتي تستقبل الطلبة من بعد دراسة الثانوية، وتختلف دراستها حسب تخصصاتها. والقرار اللي صدر من 1996 في السلطنة على اعتبار إقامة تلك المؤسسات الخاصة ومن ثم تفعيلها عام 2000. المنهجية طبعاً كانت منهجية الدراسة المنهج الوصفي. المجتمع الهيئة الأكاديمية مثل ما ذكرت قبل قليل، وأيضاً العينة هنا شوية كان في عندي تحدي بالنسبة للعينة، كان ما بين الأخذ والجذب. كان حاولت في البداية أني أحاول أن أطبق على أكبر عدد من الكليات، لكن اضطريت أن ألجأ إلى العينة الميسرة اللي متاحة وفق المعارف ووفق الأساتذة المتواصلين معهم، وتم التطبيق طبعاً بالسبانة الإلكترونية. في الواقع كان مخطط إلى 200، بعدين صارت 100، ومن جهة التحليل حصلت أيضاً ما مجاوبين تقريباً 34 استمارة، فتم تحليل فقط 66 استمارة. الأداة طبعاً مثل ما ذكرت قبل قليل تم إعدادها، كان في البداية 55 فقرة، بعد التحليل وصدق وثبات صار تقريباً 49 فقرة موزعة 5 مجالات، على اعتبار ما كان مجال واحد لتلك التحديات أو المعوقات. كان في 18 معوق إداري طبعاً كفقرات أقصد فيها، أيضاً 10 معوقات تتعلق بالنشر والتحكيم، 7 فقرات تتعلق بالتعاون بين الباحث، وأيضاً 7 فقرات طبعاً الباحث والمؤسسات، وأيضاً 7 فقرات تتعلق بالباحث نفسه. أما 7 فقرات الأخيرة تتعلق بأعباء الباحث اللي هي مطلوبة من عنده كأعمال وغيرها. التصحيح طبعاً كان مكون وفق مقياس ليغارت اللي هو من 5 إلى درجة 1، مؤثر جداً إلى لا يشكل مؤثر. طبعاً كان في صدق وثبات في الأداة. طبعاً راح شوي نعرج على المعوقات. أول شيء النتيجة الأولى تبين بأنه بالفعل هناك معوقات للبحث العلمي، يعني الآن كنتيجة أساسية ورئيسية بأن هناك معوقات أمام الهيئة الأكاديمية في مؤسسات الخاصة في الأداء أو قيامة بعدد من البحوث العلمية. طبعاً الآن نريد نعرف أي المجالات وفق تدرجها، يعني أي المعوقات كانت تحمل درجة مرتفعة وأقلها تأثير. الأولى كانت هي الإدارية، ومن ثم النشر، ثم الباحث بالباحث، يعني بمعنى كثير لود عليه تدريس فما في وقت أصلاً بيقدم، فكان معوق بأن المؤسسة ما تراعي موضوع أن يقوم ببحث قدر ما عنده عبء تدريسي لازم يقوم بأداءه، وتتعلق بالتعاون بين الباحث والمؤسسات. طبعاً هذا مثل حاولت أن أفسر هذه المعوقات بأمانة. يمكن قبل بعد ما عرفت بأن المؤتمر راح يقام قريباً حاولت أن أتواصل مع عدد من الدكاترة في استبانة مفتوحة، وما ألحقتها بالبحث، لكن بأشير الآن بأنه حاولت أن أستشف هل لا زالت تلك المعوقات هي موجودة، بمعنى من خلال تحليل العبارات اللي هي تكون نوعية وليست كمية. فتبين بالفعل هي لا زالت، ربما هي محطة انتقال 2019، بعدين اجانا كوفيد تقريبا سنتين وشيء، والآن رجعنا تقريبا قبل سنة للحياة الطبيعية. فإلى حد ما كثير تغيرت الأمور، بل بالعكس شوية في بعض التحديات مثل المالية إلى آخر شوية لعبت دور في هذا الأمر. أما من ناحية الآن بين الذكور والإناث، طبعا لم تظهر فروق ما بين الذكور والإناث، على اعتبار هو التحدي أمامهم اثنيناتهم يعملون في نفس المؤسسة، رغم الإجابة يعني يمكن حد يسألني بأنه ليش الذكور كان 60 هذه العينة اللي حصلتها أو اللي جاوبوا من الإناث كان فقط 6. وهي طبعا ممكن احنا بنقارن، يعني حد يقول المفروض يكون عدد متقارب، هو طبعا الأفضل في البحوث العلمية، لكن إلى حد ما الموجود حاولت أن يتم تحليله. أما وفق الخبرة أيضاً لم يظهر فروق، على الرغم كان في خبرة 15 سنة 16 17 سنة، لأن أيضاً عندي توصيف للعينة. طبعاً أهم التوصيات تم التوصل بها إلها ضرورة تصويت الميزانيات المالية اللازمة للبحث العلمي. يمكن الشيء اللي هنا حاجة المجتمع للبحوث والتنسيق مع المؤسسات الخاصة شوية هنا محتاجين في المؤسسات الخاصة، بمعنى بحمد الله الآن في جامعة سلطان قابوس نجد هناك تعاون كبير ما بين الطلبة اللي يدرسون في الماستر والدكتوراه، وعناوين بحوثهم تكون مهيئة أن تقدم لإحدى المؤسسات، يعني يتم التنسيق. بعض الأحيان حتى يمكن عرضه بروف عامر من اليوم الأول بأنه في كثير من الوزارات حتى ممكن تبين احتياجاتها بأنه هي محتاجة كذا دراسات، وهذه الدراسات ممكن طلبة الماستر أو الدكتوراه يوظفوها في دراساتهم. لكن في الجانب الآخر نجد في المؤسسات الخاصة إلى حد ما هذا الموضوع شوية منحصل كثير موجود، يعني بمعنى كيف ممكن احنا نستثمر هذه البحوث وتكون موظفة أو توظيفها بشكل صحيح في ضمن حاجات المجتمع. العمل بنظام التفرغ العلمي، وهذا أيضا يحتاجه كثير، يعني كثير أشاروا لهذه النقطة، نحتاج شوية عدد من الساعات التفرغ الدراسي، التفرغ للبحث العلمي، لأن عالميا أنتم عارفين بأنه لازم عدد من الساعات لأي دكتور مفرغ لأن يقوم بعدد من الدراسات والبحوث، قدر ما هو أيضا هو أكاديمي وأيضا عنده عبء تدريسي. توفير قاعدة بيانات بين مؤسسات التعليم العالي بسلطنة عمان وتسهيل الحصول على المعطيات من خلال التنسيق بينها، وأيضاً العمل على ربط مؤسسات التعليم العالي الخاصة بالمجتمع ومؤسساتها، طبعاً سواء بدراسة المشكلات تخصها سواء كان في القطاع الخاص أو العام والشركات المتعاونة. طبعاً المقترحات ممكن إجراء الدراسة على عينة أكبر أشمل، يعني إحنا هذه الدراسة لا ننسى هي مؤشر، أيضاً إجراء هذه الدراسة لكن بمتغيرات ديموغرافية أخرى، مثلاً الرتبة العلمية، الحالة الاجتماعية، لأن هذه الدراسة ما شافت لي الفرق ما بين لما كان من ضمن الأهداف التخصص أو حالة الاجتماعية. وهي طبعا المتغيرات وفق ما أشارت إلى الدراسات، يعني ذلك ما كانت موجودة في الدراسة على اعتبار أني ما أخذت في هذه المتغيرات في الاعتبار. إجراء أيضا مقارنة بين الجامعات الحكومية والخاصة في موضوع التحديات. وشكرا جزيلا، أرجو أن تكون على السريع.
شكرا دكتورة مها، بينت لنا بعض التحديات اللي تواجهها الكليات والجامعات الخاصة في السلطنة بالنسبة لإجراءات البحوث أو حتى إدارة البحوث. المتحدث القادم إن شاء الله بيكون دكتور عز الدين نزاي من دولة الجزائر، هو من كلية علوم الاقتصاد في جامعة اعذرني دكتور إذا أنا أخطأت في البرونانسيشن، دكتور مولاي طاهر، جامعة دكتور مولاي طاهر، أوكي، في السعيدة في الجزائر، سعيدة صحيح، أوكي. وبيقدم لنا محاضرة عن قياس الكفاءة النسبية لأنظمة البحث والتطوير لدول الشرق الأوسط وشمال أفريقيا باستعمال أسلوب التحليل التطويقي للبيانات. فأهلا وسهلا فيك دكتور، تفضل.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، وبه نستعين، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين سيدنا محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم. أولا تحية طيبة مني، أنا الأستاذ عز الدين من جامعة سعيدة الدكتور مولاي طاهر بدولة الجزائر. كذلك لا يفوتني المقام أن أقدم تحياتي وشكر التقدير لكل من ساهم من قريب أو من بعيد في إنجاح هذا المؤتمر من أول يوم إلى آخر يوم، أنتم مشكورين كذلك لدي تحية طيبة مني أنا خاصة ومن الشعب الجزائري إلى الشعب العماني شعبا وقيادة. سوف أحاول في هذه الدراسة التي هي أمامكم أن أكون خفيف الظل، وأن أحاول قدر الإمكان أن أصل بأفكاري إلى مسامعكم وإلى قلوبكم. هذه الدراسة سوف أضعكم في سياق عام. هذه الدراسة نوعا ما تختلف جذريا أو تختلف عما سمعتموه في هذا اليومين من هذا المؤتمر المتميز. هذه الدراسة تأتي باعتبار أن تخصصي هو تخصص اقتصاد، ونحن الأساتذة الاقتصاد ندقق في البيانات، نحاول نبحث عن الأرقام ونتتبع الأرقام أكثر مما نتبع شيء آخر. ولا هذه الدراسة لا تخرج عن نطاق هذا المحور أو نطاق هذا موضوع هذا المؤتمر. أولا هذه الدراسة كما نعلم، لكي أضعكم الإطار، هناك عدة أنواع من التحليل الاقتصادي. هناك ما يسمى بالتحليل الاقتصادي الجزئي على مستوى الوحدة الاقتصادية، وهناك ما يسمى بالتحليل الكلي السياسات الكلية. كذلك يوجد ما بين هذا التحليلين تحليل وسط يسمى مش عارف كيف يسمى باللغة العربية، لكن باللغة الفرنسية يسمى ميزو إيكونوميك، أو ما يسمى بالتحليل إن أمكن ذلك التحليل المؤسسي. معناتها هذه الدراسة تسعى إلى إعطاء ولو تقدير أو إعطاء لمحة عن أنظمة البحث والتطوير في دول الشرق الأوسط وشمال إفريقيا. نحن نعلم أن لكل بلد معين نظام خاص به، نظام وطني خاص به بالبحث والتطوير متبنى من طرف السلطات هذه البلد، وهذا النظام يخدم أهداف سياسية ويخدم أهداف اقتصادية واجتماعية وإلى ذلك، ولديه موارد ولا يسعى إلى تحقيق أهداف معينة. هذه الدراسة تقريبا هي دراسة كمية قياسية بالدرجة الأولى، دراسة كمية تختلف عن، لذلك قلت تختلف عن الدراسات السابقة، دراسة كمية قياسية عن واقع أنظمة البحث والتطوير في دول الشرق الأوسط وشمال إفريقيا، ما تعرف باختصارا دول المينا. لذلك نحن نعلم أن أصحاب القرار في كل دولة دائما عندما يخططون أو يضعون استراتيجيات للبحث والتطوير ويضعون هذه الأنظمة، دائما يحتاجون في الأخير إلى مؤشرات وأرقام تعطيهم في نهاية المطاف إلى ما وصلوا إليه من تبنيهم هذه الأنظمة أو هذه أنظمة البحث والتطوير. وكذلك لكل نظام لكل دولة من هذه 19 دولة. كذلك هذه الدراسة تسعى إلى بعد ما نحدد كفاءة كل نظام نسعى إلى تحديد الوحدات ومعدلات نمو مرتفعة لا بد عليها أن تمر بمراحل معينة ولا بد أن توفر شروط. كل نظريات الحديثة للنمو والتنمية، وخاصة ما يسمى بنظريات النمو الداخلي، تعزز هذا المستوى وتؤكد على أن للتكنولوجيا دور مهم جدا في تعزيز النمو والتنمية الاقتصادية في أي بلد يسعى إلى تحقيق النمو الاقتصادي. ولا يتم ذلك أي أن هذا التعزيز التكنولوجيا في أي اقتصاد يسعى إلى التنمية لا بد أن يمر بما يسمى بأنشطة البحث والتطوير. ولذلك موضوعنا هذا مندرج في إطار محور هذا المؤتمر. من جهة أخرى نلاحظ مؤخرا في السنوات الأخيرة أن أنظمة البحث والتطوير أو هذه أنشطة البحث والتطوير على المستوى العالمي ظهور وبروز فاعلين جدد في هذا الإطار، اللي هما روسيا والصين وإيران والبرازيل. هذه الدول الفاعلة الجديدة أعطت لنا صورة لحجم ما يمكن أن تصل إليه الدول الأخرى المتأخرة في هذا الإطار. وعليه فإن مشكلة هذه البحث ما هو مستوى الكفاءة النسبية لأنظمة البحث والتطوير لدول الشرق الأوسط وشمال إفريقيا باستعمال أسلوب التحليل التطبيقي للبيانات. سوف نعرج الآن حول أو نعطيكم نبذة موجزة عن هذا الأسلوب. هو أسلوب كمي لا معلمي، يقيس كفاءة كل وحدة اقتصادية أو كل وحدة اتخاذ قرار معينة باستعمال ما يسمى بقسمة مجموع المخرجات على مجموع المدخلات، وبالتالي وبعد ذلك يقوم بتقييم كفاءة كل هذه الوحدة مقارنة بالوحدات الأخرى. لذلك الآن هذا الأسلوب هو تقييم نسبي، لذلك سميناها الكفاءة النسبية. معناتها كل وحدة لديها أفضل أداء في مجموعتها هي تعتبر كفءة 100%، أما الوحدات الغير كفءة فهي أقل كفاءة. الآن سوف نعرج على بعض قبل التطرق إلى نتائج هذه الدراسة، سوف نتطرق على بعض الملامح لمؤشرات البحث والتطوير في دول المينا. نحن نعلم أن هناك مؤشرات عديدة، ولكن البنك الدولي أو الكتاب والبنك الدولي يركزون على بعض المؤشرات. من بينها أول مؤشر هو الإنفاق على البحث والتطوير كنسبة من الناتج المحلي الإجمالي. ما هو موصى به عالميا؟ هو 1%، هو 1% على الأقل من الناتج المحلي الإجمالي. كل من دول المينا، بعد ما ركزنا في دول المينا نجد أن ولا دولة عربية استطاعت أن تحقق هذا المعدل اللي هو 1%، ما عدا الإمارات المتحدة. من بين الدول المينا أو الدول هذه العينة نلاحظ أن إسرائيل حققت معدل 4.5%، والمعدل المعدل حاليا العالمي حوالي 3% من الإنفاق من الناتج المحلي الإجمالي. ولذلك نستنتج أن الدول العربية هي بعيدة كل البعد عن هذا المؤشر، رغم ما تحاوله من محاولات ورغم ما تقدموه من إنفاقات في هذا الشأن. المؤشر الثاني حول مؤشرات البحث والتطوير هو ما يسمى بالأوراق المنشورة. عالميا الموصى به أو ما هو المعدل العالمي أن لكل باحث على الأقل ثلاث أوراق علمية منشورة. ونقصد من الأوراق المنشورة هنا الأوراق المنشورة في قواعد البيانات المفهرسة والرصينة وذات المقروئية العالمية. حاليا المعدل الوطني، معدل الدول العربية هو أقل من 1% للأسف الشديد. لذلك نلاحظ أن بالرغم أنه ما ينشر من قبل الدول العربية هو لكن يبقى دون المعدل العالمي. كذلك فيما يخص التكنولوجيا عالية صادرات التكنولوجيا عالية الدقة أو عالية الأخرى، نلاحظ أن الدول العربية بعيدة كل البعد عن ما هو متداول عالميا، حيث أن أكبر نسبة حققتها الإمارات العربية بحدود 8.5 من نسبة جميع الصادرات. منهجية هذه الدراسة قلنا أنها متمحورة حول 19 نظام بحث تطويري. هذه النظام لابد أن علينا من أجل تحديد كفاءة كل نظام نسبي لابد أن نحدد المدخلات والمخرجات أي نظام. اعتمدنا في تحديدنا للمدخلات والمخرجات على مؤشرات البنك الدولي للعلم والتكنولوجيا أو ما يسمى بالتطوير والتكنولوجيا. اخترنا 3 مدخلات رئيسية اللي هو الإنفاق على البحث كنسبة من الناتج الإجمالي، والمدخل الثاني هو عدد الباحثين العاملين في البحث العلمي لكل مليون نسمة. كذلك اعتمدنا على عدد الفنيين العاملين في البحث العلمي بالدوام الكامل لكل مليون سنة. نلاحظ أن في هذه المدخلات ركزنا على مدخلين رئيسيين، مدخل مادي أو مالي اللي هو الإنفاق، ومدخل بشري اللي هو عدد الباحثين وعدد الفنيين. لماذا ركزنا على الباحثين الفنيين؟ عفوا أستاذة. لأن هناك دراسة تبين أن هناك كثافة ما بين عدد الباحثين وكثافة أنشطة البحث العلمي. أما المخرجات فركزنا على 4 مخرجات رئيسية. نتائج دراسة تبين أن هناك 9 دول فقط حققت مستوى كفاءة 100%، اللي هي العربية السعودية، العراق، الجزائر ولبنان وإسرائيل وتركيا وإيران. هذه الوحدات 19 وحدة حققت معدل كفاءة 100%. باقي الدول هناك كفاءتها كانت ما بين 0 و1. بعد هذا النموذج أو هذا الأسلوب، أسلوب التحليل التطبيقي، من بين مزاياه أنه الدول الغير كفءة يعطينا ما هي الدول المرجعية لها والتي يمكن محاكاة سياستها من أجل الوصول إليها. نلاحظ أن مثلا فلسطين هي دولة غير كفءة، يمكن أن تحاكي السعودية وتركيا وإيران. قطر يمكن أن تحاكي السعودية وتركيا وإيران، وما إلى ذلك. نلاحظ أن كل هذه الدول الغير كفءة أو الأنظمة الغير كفءة يمكن أن تحاكي في سياستها هذه الأنظمة المرجعية التي هي كفءة. كذلك هذا الأسلوب يسمح لنا بتقديم اقتراحات حول تحسينات حول الوحدات الغير كفءة أو الأنظمة الغير كفءة. هذه الأنظمة الغير كفءة الجدول هو كبير جدا، تخيل 16 دولة، في كل دولة كم تحسينات في على الأقل 7 الأخرى. يمكن الرجوع إلى الورقة البحثية، لكن يمكن تلخيص أهم الاقتراحات أنه يجب التركيز على زيادة على الأوراق المنشورة، وخاصة الاستشهاد بها الاندكس. كذلك يمكن الزيادة في عدد المخرجات من خلال تبني براءة اختراع، من خلال تمويل هذه البراءة اختراع وتشجيع الباحثين على ذلك. كذلك يمكن زيادة عدد الصادرات عالية التقنية، وذلك من خلال الشراكة مع القطاع الخاص والذي يتبنى أو الاستثمار كثيرا في الصناعات التكنولوجية التي تبين هذا المخرج. كذلك في نهاية المطاف يمكن أننا نقدم بعض التوصيات لصناع القرار حول هذا الشيء. أولا تشجيع الابتكار، وخاصة الابتكار التكنولوجي، تشجيع زيادة الوصول إلى البيانات أو ما يتم نشره، وننصح هنا بالنشر في المستودعات البحث مفتوحة المصدر. كذلك يجب أن تكون كل البرامج المقدمة ذات طابع اجتماعي واقتصادي، يجب أن تعالج مشاكل اقتصادية لكل بلد. في الأخير أستسمحكم على الإطالة، وأريد أن أقدم هذا الإقرار بأنني كتبت هذا البحث بيدي، ويوم كتبت هذا البحث كنت موقنا بأن يدي سوف تفنى، وأن ما كتبت سوف إن كان خيرا سوف تجزى به، وإن كان شرا فسوف تحاسب عليه. شكرا.
شكرا دكتور عز الدين على إلقائك بالنسبة للضوء على كفاءة أنظمة البحث في دول الشرق الأوسط وشمال أفريقيا، والأنظمة غير الكفؤة بالنسبة في الدول هذه، واللي علينا الاعتراف فيها احنا عشان نعرف نحل المشكلة. وشكرا على التوصيات أيضا. في الختام احنا ختامها مسك إن شاء الله. عندنا متحدث الأستاذ الدكتور أحمد الربعاني، مدير مركز الدراسات العمانية في جامعة السلطان قابوس، وأيضا مشتركة معك دكتورة هدى الدائري من وزارة التربية والتعليم. فتفضل. والدكتور بيتكلم، عفوا أنا نسيت محاضرتك، الشراكة البحثية بين مؤسسات التعليم العالي ومؤسسات القطاعين العام والخاص، واقعها ومعوقاتها وآلية تعزيزها. أهلا وسهلا.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. إن شاء الله عنوان بحثنا حول الشراكة البحثية بين مؤسسات التعليم العالي ومؤسسات القطاعين العام والخاص، واقعها ومعوقاتها وآليات تعزيزها. حقيقة جاءت فكرة هذه الدراسة من 3 جوانب. الجانب الأول هي أولويات رؤية عمان 2040، والتي وضعت البحث العلمي والابتكار كأحد أولوياتها، وكذلك فإن تحقيق هذه الأولويات يتطلب بناء شراكات بحثية قوية بين مؤسسات القطاع العام والخاص مع مؤسسات التعليم العالي، حيث أن البحث العلمي يساعد على بناء الاستراتيجيات التنموية، وكذلك تحليل وفهم التحولات والقضايا العالمية وتأثيرها على تحقيق أولويات رؤية عمان 2040. فهناك الكثير من القضايا العالمية التي تلقي بظلالها على تحقيق هذه الرؤية. على سبيل المثال جائحة كوفيد-19، الحرب الروسية الأوكرانية، وأيضا هناك توجهات العالمية في الجانب الاقتصادي والتحول الرقمي. أيضا هنالك تحديات وقضايا خاصة على مستوى المنطقة والإقليمي. فعلى سبيل المثال عندنا مستوى الشراكات بين دول مجلس التعاون الخليجي، أمن الخليج العربي وتأثيراته على الأمن والاستقرار في المنطقة، وكذلك أيضا لدينا عدد من التحديات على مستوى الوطني. فعلى سبيل المثال في رؤية عمان 2040 لدينا عدة قضايا، أولها هو التنويع الاقتصادي، الطاقة المستدامة، قضايا اجتماعية، قضايا ثقافية، عندنا الأمن الغذائي، وكذلك قضايا البيئة. أيضا انطلقت هذه الدراسة من فكرة أيضا من الاستعراض الوطني الطوعي الأول، والذي كشف عن جملة من التحديات التي تواجه سلطنة عمان في تحقيق أهداف التنمية المستدامة 17، وهذه التحديات تتطلب أيضا تدخل من الجانب البحثي. كذلك أيضا الجانب الثالث هو تعزيز دور مؤسسات التعليم العالي في البحث العلمي. كما ذكر الأخوان الآن خاصة من BDO، ذكر أن حوالي 60 مليون دولار تنفقها BDO في البحث العلمي. دول الخليج ومن بينها سلطنة عمان تنفق ملايين دولارات في مجال الاستشارات البحثية بالتعاون مع بيوت الخبرة الأجنبية، في الوقت الذي تمتلك فيه مؤسسات التعليم العالي الكفاءات المادية والبشرية التي تمكنها من تقديم خدمات متميزة، لكن لحد الآن ما زالت تلك الاستشارات للأسف تذهب إلى بيوت الخبرة الأجنبية. تسعى هذه الدراسة إلى الإجابة عن بعض الأسئلة: ما واقع الشراكة البحثية بين مؤسسات التعليم العالي ومؤسسات القطاعين العام والخاص؟ وما درجة الرضا عن هذه الشراكة؟ وما معوقات تفعيل الشراكة البحثية؟ وما آليات تعزيز الشراكة البحثية؟ أهداف الدراسة: فهم الواقع الحالي لمستوى الشراكة والكشف عن تحديات وإيجاد آليات لتعزيز الشراكة. كذلك أيضاً تبرز أهمية هذه الدراسة في دعم توجه رؤية عمان 2040 في مجال البحث العلمي والابتكار، وتعزيز دور البحث العلمي في مجال تحقيق أهداف التنمية المستدامة. ولتحقيق هذه الدراسة اتبع المنهج الوصفي، حيث تم بناء استبانة مكونة من 31 فقرة موزعة على 4 مجالات، ووزعت طبقت هذه الاستبانة على 204 فرداً من أفراد العينة، منهم 103 أكاديميين و101 من صناع القرار في مؤسسات القطاع العام والخاص. كشفت هذه النتائج حقيقة عن واقع متوسط من الشراكات، سواء على مستوى تمويل الكراسي البحثية، على مستوى الاستشارات البحثية، على مستوى تمويل المشاريع البحثية لطلبة الدراسات العليا، وكذلك في دعم وتمويل المؤتمرات والندوات، أيضاً في تبني الابتكارات للمشاريع البحثية، وفي مجال إتاحة البيانات والمعلومات للباحثين، وكذلك في الشراكة في تحديد الموضوعات والقضايا البحثية، وأيضاً في مجال المنح البحثية. وهذا المستوى المتوسط حقيقة يعكس لنا مدى الحاجة إلى إيجاد آليات لتطوير هذه الشراكات. هل هناك مستوى من الرضا؟ للأسف حتى الرضا كان متوسط. الرضا عن الوضع الحالي للأسف متوسط، وكذلك توقعهم مستقبل الشراكة بظل الوضع الراهن حالياً أيضاً كان متوسط، وأيضاً يرون بأن هنالك تذبذب في مستوى الشراكة وفقاً للظروف المالية وصناع القرار. الشيء الإيجابي المرتفع في هذه الدراسة أن الكل يدرك أهمية الشراكات، وكذلك يعتقدون أن مستوى الشراكة دون المأمول، وبالتالي الكل يدرك أن هناك حاجة إلى تحسين مستوى الشراكة. النتائج الخاصة بالمعوقات وجدناها مرتفعة جداً. أبرز هذه المعوقات الافتقار لتخصيص موازنات في مؤسسات القطاع العام والخاص للبحث العلمي، الثقة في قدرة مؤسسات التعليم العالي على تقديم حلول مبتكرة، الاعتماد على بيوت الخبرة الأجنبية، وقلة وعي مؤسسات القطاعين العام والخاص بإمكانات مؤسسات التعليم العالي، واعتماد مؤسسات القطاعين العام والخاص على كفاءاتها الذاتية، وضعف ربط الخطط الاستراتيجية لمؤسسات القطاعين العام والخاص بالبحث العلمي، وقلة ارتباط البحوث في مؤسسات التعليم العالي بالاحتياجات الفعلية لمؤسسات القطاعين العام والخاص، واعتماد مؤسسات القطاع العام والخاص على التقارير والإحصاءات المكتبية أكثر من البحوث في بناء خططها، وأخيراً الاعتقاد الخاطئ لدى مؤسسات القطاعين العام والخاص حول عدم جدوى البحث العلمي. آليات التعزيز حقيقة من خلال البحث في هذا وجدنا أن الكل يؤيد هذه الآليات، وأبرزها تبني مؤسسات التعليم العالي للابتكار كهدف استراتيجي لتقديم حلول جاذبة لمؤسسات القطاعين العام والخاص، وربط البحث العلمي بالقضايا الرئيسية لمؤسسات القطاعين العام والخاص، وتطوير آليات إدارة الشراكات البحثية من خلال تبني استراتيجيات جديدة للشراكة، واعتماد البحث العلمي كأحد مرتكزات تطوير مؤسسات القطاعين العام والخاص، وتخصيص الموازنات المالية، بالإضافة إلى تطوير أنظمة إلكترونية لتعزيز الشراكات، وتقديم مؤسسات التعليم العالي للحوافز التي تشجع القطاعين العام والخاص للدخول معها في شراكات، وأخيراً إيجاد آليات لتبني مؤسسات القطاعين العام والخاص للابتكارات. التوصيات حقيقة، أول توصية حقيقة خرجت بها هذه الدراسة هي تبني سياسة الحلول المبتكرة في البحث العلمي لتشجيع مؤسسات القطاعين العام والخاص لبناء شراكات مع مؤسسات التعليم العالي، توظيف استراتيجيات دخول السوق كاستراتيجية اختراق السوق، وتقديم خدمات متنوعة، توجيه مؤسسات القطاعين العام والخاص نحو توظيف البحث العلمي كجزء من تحقيق رؤية عمان 2040، وأخيراً تعزيز ثقافة البحث العلمي لدى دوائر صنع القرار في مؤسسات القطاعين العام والخاص. وشكراً لكم.
شكرا بروف على المحاضرة السريعة ما شاء الله، قدمت فيها كل المشاكل اللي ممكن نواجهها، وأيضا آليات التعزيز بالنسبة للشراكة بين المؤسسات التعليم العالي والقطاع العام والقطاع الخاص. الحين بتكون عندنا إن شاء الله جلسة نقاش، لكن أنا ما أشوف الكراسي جايبينها، فيمكن أناديكم كلكم نوقف مع بعض إن شاء الله على البوديوم، فبيكون أسهل كذا. بليز دكتور كاثرين، دكتور عز الدين، الأخ ماجد، ودكتورة مها، وبروف أحمد الربعاني. وعذرا نوقفكم شوي، نسوي لكم رياضة. أيوة شوية أحسن كذا، بدل رياضة الوقوف. أيوة طابور صباح. تفضل. اوكي، استعراض الحين كل واحد يختار واحد، انا ما اظن يقول هو اللي يسوي يعني. جابوا الكراسي الخير. أي كرسي؟ please make sure this, put it there. Camera. Yeah? No, but we need to move this to that side. No. Because, أيوة. Five is enough.
أنت في النص صح؟
لا أنا بوقف.
أذكر عقاب يعني؟
أولاً أحب أشكر المتحدثين اليوم في الجلسة الثانية عن محاضراتهم الصراحة القيمة، وخاصة لما جينا على موضوع التوصيات والحلول اللي ممكن نستخدمها لمعالجة المشكلة، خاصة بالنسبة لشراكة المجتمع أو الشراكة بين الجامعات والمجتمع، والشراكة بين الجامعات والاندستري أو الجهات الصناعية، والشراكة بين أيضا مختلف الجامعات الخاصة والعامة، وأيضا مؤسسات التعليم العالي. I have some questions, so I will just start with a couple, and then maybe we can take a few more from the audience. My first question goes to Dr. Catherine, because you mentioned about, this the engagement between the universities and the society. Usually what we see is that it's always a top-down approach in terms of this kind of engagement between academia and the society. So it is kind of like everything is planned at the top in academia, and then it is kind of like distributed to the society in terms of what needs to be happening in terms of research and research requirements and so on. But it's always a two-way street. My question is, even when we look at society, and when you mentioned this, I forgot the terminology, the external engagement. You mentioned external engagement. We have different levels of society that we need to engage in terms of research so we can measure the impacts. How can we involve like these different scales and different levels of society into research?
Yes, thank you for that question. I mean, the discipline that I'm working in is business and management studies. So our main audiences, our main collaborators will tend to be organisations. We work with companies of all sizes, government departments, public authorities, public institutions, but also non-governmental organisations and charities, a whole range of different institutions of different sizes and with a different role within our economy and society. So I think we try and view those as collaborators. It's not a case of the academics doing research and delivering that as you know, the wisdom from academia. It's very much on the basis of working together and jointly evaluating the implications of whatever the research might be. It may well be that we have academics that are doing modelling, they're using big data, AI and so on, or they may be even qualitative researchers doing interviews and focus groups. In some way, they will bring some evidence into the discussion of a particular problem. It's not all that often within our discipline that we collaborate directly with individuals. It does happen. We have a Centre for Decision Research, and they tend to work more at the individual society, you know, talking to people in the communities. But because of the discipline, it just tends to be focused more on organisations. I think that varies across the university. There will be other faculties that engage with different groups and do a lot more work on public engagement, where they hold events. And we have a unit that actually supports public engagement. I think increasingly we are being approached by organisations to do either contract research or consultancy with them. And that is very encouraging, you know, that they want to work with us and see value in that. It does mean that our academics perhaps have to have a different view of some of the things that are traditional in academia, you know, the time frames, they have to be more responsive perhaps and work in a different way to deliver results in a more timely manner. I mean, academic research is often sort of, you know, a project could typically be 3 years and there's all the rigour and so on and literature, you know, that goes into that. So organisations may want to have a slightly different approach, and we certainly are open to that. I think, I mean, also the funding bodies play a role as well. The we have a number of research councils, and in particular one that we would apply to for grant funding would be the Economic and Social Research Council. And for the past decade at least, they have looked very much at what involvement a grant application has with external audiences and what it will deliver for them. So that is very high on the agenda. I hope that answers the question.
Kind of, yeah. Thank you. I'll move to Professor أحمد الربعاني. بس هو يمكن ما له علاقة مباشرة، بس له علاقة بنفس السؤال، والتعامل مع الشرائح المختلفة من المجتمع. يعني هذا بعد احنا نفس الشيء مثلا في العلوم الزراعية قد نواجه فيها انه كيف نشرك المجتمع في البحوث مثلا، او شرائح المجتمع المختلفة في البحوث اللي نعملها مثلا. هل انتم مثلا عانيتوا من مشكلة في مشاركة مثلا الشرائح المختلفة للمجتمع في البحوث مثلا، او تاخذون الآراء منها؟
شكرا جزيلا دكتور. بالنسبة يعتمد، هي تقريبا نوع الشراكة اللي تحددها، هل هي جمع بيانات أو أنه يكون شريك معك في البحث العلمي. فإذا كان في جمع البيانات أنا أعتقد ما كان في إشكالية كبيرة عندنا إلا في بعض المؤسسات اللي تتحفظ على بياناتها. يعني بعض الأحيان تواجه مشكلة في بعض ما تقول لك هذه تعتبر مثلا سرية للغاية. هنا تواجه مشكلة، أو ربما الشركة أو المؤسسة ترفض الإفصاح عنها لأسباب اقتصادية أو تنافسية. فهنا في الحالة هذه تضطر أنك فعلا تحترم رأي الشركة أو المؤسسة في مسألة جمع البيانات. لكن بشكل عام هي الإشكالية تبقى دائما الآلية التي من خلالها يتم التواصل مع المؤسسة. عندما توضح للمؤسسة الهدف من الدراسة وما سيعود عليها من نفع، بشكل عام المؤسسات تتقبل المشاركة. بارك الله.
شكرا بروف. وهذا يرجعني على مهندس ماجد. أمس كنا نتكلم عن شو هذا الموتو مال ناسا، ايش كان؟ no option for failure بالنسبة للناسا. بالنسبة للبي دي او انت قلت مثلا انتم هدفكم الرئيسي انه يكون طبعا اللي هو انه how much money you are spending and how much money you are generating from these projects. How much failure you can take and then accept the same proposal to be repeated until you get an outcome out of it in terms of, I mean, PDO, but if you have other experiences with other industrial companies, then that would be good too.
Thank you very much for the question. أعتقد to start with, it depends on the size of the prize. If the prize is so big, then you can afford failing many times. In PDO, we're speaking about developing fields. And when you look at a field, you look at the reserves, what's the recoverable, and so on and so forth. With that, you say, look, I've mentioned an example of Mukhaizna as a field, which is one of the largest producing fields today in Oman, alhamdulillah. So that, and I said that was actually titled A Sleeping Giant. And we can afford to do a lot of research on such a development, because eventually you say, I can expect a lot more. Our research, of course, differs. It's not all about field development. Some of our researches are about corrosions, about water management. And again, you look at, there's a threshold that I'm not going to spend more than this. And beyond that, I'm going to actually have an exit strategy design depending on the value that I'm looking for. So it's all dependent, and it's not one size that fits all.
Okay. Thank you. But you also mentioned one thing that from your presentation, commercialization of R&D projects is not successful.
I said we need improvement. We certainly need improvement in that front. And I think it's not just because of from the industry. Part of my job, I do interview people for jobs. A lot of them are graduates. And some of the projects these guys present when they come for the interview are extremely interesting. But however, they stop there. And I think this is, again, is beyond just that university, or it's beyond that single person. I think it needs much more collaboration. And I said, actually, one of the things I've mentioned, we were hoping IJAD would have provided this through the TRC. I don't have any statistic to say how many of them have been successful, because I'm sure some have, others may have not been. In BDO in general, I mean, we've developed and we keep developing a lot of fixes. Some of them are very niche. I can mention only probably one that I can remember of from the top of my head, that we've been able to spin off to form a new company that now provides services internationally, not just in Oman. But I think that is certainly an area that we all collaboratively need to work on and need to improve. Unfortunately, it may be disappointing for people who say, okay, I spend all this effort, but what is after this?
Okay.
We need to see where it goes.
Yeah. Yes, yes, please. You are all welcome to comment, yeah?
Thank you. Before I came here, I had a conversation with a colleague in biological sciences and asked her about the nature of impact in their area and about collaboration with external companies primarily. And she told me that the problem they face is that they have many projects. So the R&D money machine that we saw on the slide yesterday, there's so many projects at the very early stage, and nobody really knows at that stage which ones are going to be successful, but you have to support a lot of them and find out what is going to happen. And the problem will be, she said, is that research managers will say to the academics, well, no, we can't fund all you. You have to show that you have a company that is interested and will support this research and so on. And so the academic is then faced with the dilemma that they in those early days, the company is not interested because they want to know that it has progressed to a point down these TR levels that it looks like it's going to be a success. But the university is also saying, well, until you've got the company on board, we're not putting money in it. So it's a dilemma that the researchers face. And ideally, if you could have some collaboration so to manage that early phase. It's not my area, so I'm hoping what I say makes sense.
Yeah, maybe I would just probably want to add to that. I think there isn't sufficient transparency for these projects. I want to bring an example that I've just come across very recently. Yesterday we had a project being presented in our management meeting in PDO, and it was a very interesting project that could save greenhouse emission, save money, improve the reliability, many things. And one of our managers asked the person who was presented, how did you come up with this project? What was the trigger for this? And interestingly, this guy was a recent graduate, and he said, a secret is this was my graduation project. But I think these projects, they don't see, or the way is not very clear for them how to move them from just an idea or a project on paper into something that can actually help and add value.
Okay.
Of course, not all of them.
True.
But at least this one example is actually, it's really something that touches the heart, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on how much value does these projects and research add to your industry. Exactly. This is one thing. And this brings us, again, I'm not an economist. I have no idea about, in terms of economy. So maybe Dr. Izzuddin can answer on that, because لما نتكلم عن commercialization بالنسبة للبحوث والتطوير، هذا ما يعتمد على قوة السوق نفسها، قوة الصناعات اللي موجودة في البلد نفسها. فمثلا أنت تكلمت عن كل هذه الدول العربية بالنسبة لي هي الغير كفؤة. إيش قوة القوة الصناعية اللي موجودة في الدول هذه، غير إذا أخذنا الأويل اندستري والصناعات النفطية مثلا على الجانب. فكيف توازن بين قوة الشركات الصناعية وقوة الدعم اللي ممكن تحصله البحوث في البلد هذا؟
شكرا سيدي. صراحة تعليقاتك وملاحظتك وملاحظة الجميع هي قيمة ومثيرة للاهتمام. نعم، أنا مداخلتي أو دراستي كانت على مستوى كلي، معناتها أنني قيمت النظام ككل ولا أقيم ولم أتطرق إلى حالات معينة. أنا لا أقر لأنه لا يوجد هناك بحث وتطوير في الدول العربية ولأن الدول هي غير كفءة وإلى ذلك، لكن أنا لاحظت بأنه كان نظام عام، معنى نظام لديه مدخلات ولديه مخرجات. نحن نعلم بأن أي نظام هو معرض للفشل ومعرض للنجاح بخاطر، ولا بد من تقييم هذه الفرص النجاح وفرص الإخفاق. هذه من خلال التقييم هذا يخرج من خلال الكفاءة، ما يسمى بالكفاءة الاقتصادية، معناتها المزج ما بين المدخلات والمخرجات. أنتم تتكلمون فقط على المخرجات أو بعض الآخر يتكلم فقط على المدخلات، لكن الدراسة الكفاءة الاقتصادية بمعنى الاقتصادي أنها تدمج ما بين المدخلات والمخرجات، معناتها هل الموارد المتاحة لك حاليا استطاعت أن تعظم مخرجاتها قدر الإمكان. معنى آخر أن دولة غير كفءة معناه أن هناك دولة أخرى أو وحدة اتخاذ قرار أخرى استطاعت بنفس الموارد أن تعظم مخرجاتها. أنا لم أقول أنه لا يوجد. صراحة بصفة عامة الإحصائيات أو مؤشرات البحث والتطوير المعتمدة أو المنشورة سنويا من قبل الهيئات الدولية، صندوق النقد الدولي، اليونسكو، كل المنظمات التي تعني بهذا البحث والتطوير تقر بأن الدول العربية هي في تطور، لكن العالم الآن هو في وتيرة متسارعة. نعطيك مثلا الصين، حجم الإنفاق عليها أنفاق البحث العلمي في 2000 كان فقط 0.6%. الآن الصين شحال؟ 2.3%. في ظرف 10 سنة، في ظرف وجيز قليل. أنها روح إيران مثلا، إيران ما تنشره الدول العربية مجتمعة من أوراق بحثية مفهرسة يعادل ما تنشره إيران وحدها. نعم، مثلا الإنفاق في إسرائيل من الناتج المحلي هو 4. الدول العربية أكبر دولة حققت الإنفاق في البحث والتطوير هي دولة الإمارات المتحدة. نحن نتكلم عن نظام كعام، لا نتكلم عن تجارب هنا وهنا وهنا. يمكن أن دولة قطر في جامعة قطر، مثلا في دولة سلطنة عمان جامعة سلطنة عمان، مثلا في دولة السعودية جامعة الملك فهد أو ملك، وكذلك في الجزائر مثلا جامعة الجزائر فقط. لكن كنظام عام، أنا كمسؤول أو كمتخذ قرار يهمني النظام ككل، ما يهمنيش شركة واحدة ولا تهمني جامعة واحدة ولا تهمني. لذلك أنا دراستي كانت محاولة، وكذلك دراستي الأمانة العلمية. هذه النتائج هي بناء على المدخلات التي اخترتها أنا وبناء على المخرجات التي اخترتها أنا. مدخلات كانت هناك مدخلات مادية وبشرية، وفي المخرجات كانت ما بين الأوراق المبحوثة، الأوراق المنشورة، براءات الاختراع، لذلك كذلك من بين التوصيات التي يوصى بها البنك الدولي على أنه لا بد من إشراك القطاع الخاص، أن القطاع الخاص لابد أن يكون هو قاطرة البحث والتطوير. ما ذكرته بالأمس، لا أتذكر الاسم، بأحد الزملاء تذكر أنه الآن ما يسمى بثلاثية الإبداع، الحكومة والدولة، والحكومة اللي هي الدولة، والقطاع الأكاديمي والقطاع الخاص. هذه التوليفة في الدول العربية الآن هي غائبة، مش 100%، لكن هي في طريق النمو. أظن أن حسب تقديري أن الدول العربية حاليا هي في مرحلة البناء المعرفي. لا بد أن تمر أولا، لا يمكن أنني مباشرة أقفز إلى الأعلى بدون تدرج. لابد أن يكون لدينا بناء معرفي، لازم تكون قاعدة معرفية، لازم يكون عندنا قاعدة ثقافة لدى المفكرين، لدى الباحثين، لدى المؤسسات القطاع الخاص، لدى الدولة، لدى المسؤولين. دائما المفكر عنده فكرة أو الباحثين لدى أفكار جيدة ونظرة جيدة، لكن تصطدم بقرارات سياسية وبقرارات مسؤولين على مستويات تحبط العزائم هذه الأشخاص.
في النهاية عملية تكاملية، يعني تتم من كل الجهات المختلفة.
لذلك قلنا هو نظام. أيوة. نظام سيستم معناتها مدخلات، بروسيسي معناتها عمليات، وفي النهاية لازم يكون هناك مخرجات.
تمام، شكرا دكتور. الحين احول الموجه شويه بعدين افتح المجال بس لدكتوره مها، بما أنه ما سالناها. انت ذكرتي معوقات البحث في الكليات الخاصه، وذكرتي انه اكثر يعني النسبة هي بالنسبة للإدارية، وبعدين النشر والتحكيم وأعباء الباحث. لكن لما أنا أنظر لهاي 3 أشياء، إدارية والنشر والتحكيم وأعباء الباحث، ما أشوفها تختلف عن الجامعات الحكومية. يعني نفس الشيء احنا نواجه المشكلة، في مشكلات إدارية قد دكتور غازي عذرني، زين إدارية والنشر والتحكيم وأعباء الباحث أيضا في الجامعة، أنت موجودة في الجامعة. لكن ايش اللي هو مشترك بين الجامعات الحكومية هذه مشترك، وكيف تغلبت عليها الجامعات الحكومية وما قادرة تتغلب عليها الجامعات الخاصة والكليات الخاصة، وإيش هي الأسباب من وراها؟
بالنسبة للجامعات الحكومية على الأقل في بالنسبة للباحث في متابعة، يعني أقصد الأكاديمي، بأنه كم ينشر في السنة، كم بحث ينشر. أيضا العبء الدراسي مقارنة بالتفرغ، إذا كان أعطوك لمشروع بحثي إلى آخره. بالكليات الخاصة ما نحصل هذا الشيء، يعني قليل جدا من يعطون بأنه في تفرغ أو في موضوع المشاريع البحثية، ما عدا يعني ما نظلم الكليات، في كليات لا معتمدة هذا الشيء، بس أقصد بالكليات اللي تم تطبيقها. الشيء الآخر مثل ما تفضلت، في أشياء مشتركة، في دراسة قيمت على جامعة السلطان قابوس، لكن 2015-16 هذه السنة كان في مشابه للنتائج اللي ظهرت هذه. لكن الدراسة اللاحقة ل 2018 لا، ما كانت المعوقات الإدارية بالمرتبة الأولى، شوية صارت في الأخير. أكثر شيء كان موضوع بأنه الباحث هو من نفسه، يعني المشاكل تتعلق بالباحث نفسه، التزاماته إلى آخره. هذا البند اللي احتل مراتب أعلى بالنسبة للحكومي، للجامعات الحكومية كمثل. يعني بتكلم عن جامعة السلطان قابوس، يعني ما طبقت حتى بتأكد من هذه المعلومة، لكن كواقع حال. الشيء الآخر، في الجامعة نجد كثير من الفرص بأنه في تشجيع للبحث، سواء كان بإعلانات أو مشاركة بمسابقة إلى آخره. أنا صراحة أنا اشتغلت في كليات خاصة سابقا، فعارفة التحديات. يعني أنت من تقوم ببحث هذا جهدك، أنت جهدك تشتغل، تشترك مؤتمرات، بتشترك مع حد في بحث ممول، هذا جهدك أنت الخاص، بس مؤسستك ما كثر تدعم، يعني ما كثر المؤسسات الخاصة تدعم هذا الموضوع. هذه النقطة
يعني بس في النهاية هذا يعني نفس الشيء يرجع لنقطة أمس ذكروها، هي أنت لما ذكرتي مثلا في توصيات التفرغ البحثي.
نعم.
فهذا كله يعتمد على الميشن والفيجن مال الجامعات الخاصة، الكليات الخاصة نفسها. فإذا هي يعني مثلا الميشن يكون واضح والفيجن يكون واضح بالنسبة لإجراء البحوث، فهذا يؤدي إلى أنه ممكن هاي التوصيات
يعني أنا ما أريد أروج للجامعة دون غيرها. مثلا بأمانة نشوف نزوة، جامعة نزوة سعت بهذا الموضوع. يعني في كثير بحوث بتشجع. أنا ما ليس ترويج لجامعة نزوة، بس ككليات خاصة كجامعات خاصة شوية في شغل حثيث عن هذا الموضوع، موضوع البحث. وفي كثير باحثين وأساتذة يشتغلون على البحوث الممولة والبحوث اللي ممكن يشجعون في مسابقات. فهذا يلعب دور بأنه ممكن يشجع الباحث أو الدكتور بأنه حتى للترقيات العلمية. أيوة. يعني على فكرة حتى الترقيات ما كثير يسعون إلها بعض الكليات.
أيوة. شكرا دكتورة. أفتح المجال تفضلي. أنا أعطوني وقت إضافي شوية عشان البانل ديسكشن، فعندنا مجال شوية ناخذ أسئلة. بس ممكن ذكر الاسم والجهة لما تسألون لو سمحتوا.
طيب، أسعد الله مساءكم جميعا. دكتورة عذراء المعولي من الجامعة الألمانية للتكنولوجيا. سؤالي أولا شكرا للمتحدثين على المحاضرات القيمة، وسؤالي موجه للدكتور عز الدين. تحدثت عن الأنظمة الكفءة من الأنظمة الغير كفءة عن طريق مدخلات ومخرجات اتبعتها بأسلوب التحليل التطبيقي للبيانات. سؤالي، أدخلت 3 مدخلات في النظام الذي اتبعته، وخرجت ب4 مخرجات. سؤالي، هل نستطيع أن من خلال هذه المدخلات والمخرجات أن نخرج أولاً على أي أساس كانت هذه المدخلات؟ ثانياً، هل نستطيع فعلاً الحكم من خلال المدخلات التي تم إدخالها لهذا النظام في التحليل على أنه فعلا هذه طبعا عمان كانت واحدة من الأنظمة الغير كفءة، فهل من ضمن البلدان اللي خرجت منها هل نستطيع فعلا أن نقول من خلال هذه المدخلات، لأنك اعتمدت على 3 اللي هو عدد الأوراق العلمية، هل هنا اعتمدت على الكم والنوع، يعني الامباكت فاكتور بلس الكوانتيتي فيرسس كواليتي، أيضا الصادرات، وكذلك عدد السكان. يعني لما نقول عمان دولة عدد سكانها 4 مليون الوافدين وغيره والعمانيين، مقارنة بمثلا دول أخرى 60 ولا 100 مليون، فهل أيضا تم الاعتبار في هذه المدخلات للخروج بهذه النتيجة؟ يعني تحديدا وباختصار، هل نستطيع الحكم من خلال 3 مخرجات على أنه فعلا نظام البلد غير كفء؟ هذا السؤال. والسؤال الآخر للدكتورة مها، تحدثتي عن التحديات التي تواجه الجامعات الخاصة في البحث العلمي، ومثل ما تفضل الدكتور مالك الوردي، أنا أشوفها هي more or less تحديات عامة. أعباء الباحث والمهام الإدارية هذه موجودة سواء في جامعات الحكومية أو الخاصة. فكان سؤالي، هل هناك معايير في الدراسة، يمكن ما وجدتها، ربما تكون موجودة في الدراسة والاستبيان، معايير فعلا دقيقة تستطيع قياس مدى الحكم بأنه هذه فقط أعباء متعلقة بالجامعات الخاصة، لأنه من خلال الدراسة والمدخلات والعوامل اللي اعتمدتي فيها في المؤشرات والاستبيانات واضح أنها أعباء عامة.
شكرا دكتورة.
شكرا.
شكرا دكتورة لهذه الملاحظات والتقييمات التي أجدها قيمة ومثيرة للاهتمام. أنت مشكورة على هذا التقديم. أنا بحثي حسب ما فهمت من سؤالك أنني عن المدخلات التي اخترتها هل هي كافية للحكم، والمخرجات التي اخترتها هي كافية للحكم على كفاءة هذه الأنظمة، وخاصة أنت كنت شوية محتاجة لدولتك أنك شوية غاضك الحال كما نقول احنا في الجزائر، غاضك الحال على أولادك اللي ما هيش كفءة. لا هي كفءة فقط. هذا الأسلوب هو بالطبع ولا بالتحديد. أولا اختيار المدخلات المخرجات كان للأمانة العلمية بناء على البيانات المتوفرة لدي. أنا جمع البيانات كلفني 6 أشهر جمعها. اعتمدت فقط على المصادر الرسمية المعروفة، لم استبعد كل المصادر غير رسمية. كذلك إذا لاحظت في المدخلات أنني ركزت على مدخلين، اللي هو الإنفاق كنسبة من الناتج المحلي الإجمالي، والإنفاق هذا يتضمن أهداف أو يتضمن في خلفه يتضمن أشياء أخرى. كي تقولي الإنفاق معناتها تخلص الباحثين، تشري ماتريال، كل هذه الأشياء متضمنها الإنفاق. وركزت على العنصر الثاني اللي هو العنصر البشري، لأن هناك دراسة للبنك الدولي تؤكد على أن كثافة الباحثين لها علاقة طردية مع كثافة الأنشطة البحثية. المخرجات كذلك والباحثين ديتها كنسبة لكل مليون نسمة، ما ديتهاش بصفة عامة، معناتها هو مؤشر معبر. هذا الأسلوب كذلك من بين ميزاته أن هذه الوحدات الكفءة هي كفءة مقارنة مع بعضها البعض فقط، معناتها من هي تحقق أفضل أداء هي كفءة، أما الوحدات التي لا تحقق أفضل أداء هي غير كفءة. وما نقولش بلي غير كفءة معناتها ماشي زيرو، معناتها كون تولي الاخرى تولي الاحصائيات تلقاها 70%، 80%، 90%، معناتها يكفيها فقط 10% باش تولي كفءة، يكفيها 15% باش تولي كفءة. النموذج كذلك يسمح لنا بتقديم اقتراحات معينه، تقديم اقتراحات كميه، لان جدول كبير جدا تاع الاقتراحات، تخيل 19 بلد وسبع اقتراحات وسبع مؤشرات لكل بلد. هذه الاقتراحات يمكن الرجوع اليها كمسؤول او كاتخاذ قرار بانك تحاكي الدوله الغير كفءه، الدوله الكفءه التي هي مرجعيه لك. هذا الاسلوب هو اسلوب مقارنه مرجعيه، باش ماركينغ، واسلوب يستعمل في الاسلوب المقارنه المرجعيه. هذا ما حاولت الإجابة عليه قدر الإمكان. النتائج هي بناء على العينة المختارة، صالحة للمتغيرات المختارة كذلك، ولجودة البيانات كذلك التي هي مختارة.
شكرا دكتور.
أجبت.
شكرا. ودكتورة عذراء، إذا في عندك أي أسئلة تعليق على ممكن تلتقين في الدكتور بعد المؤتمر إن شاء الله. دكتورة مها.
شكرا جزيلا. لا طبعا هي الأداة كانت لها معايير ومحددة، ويمكن ما خليتها نماذج من الفقرات لو تطلعين عليها بتشوف فيها مختلفة يعني عن الأدوات السابقة. وأيضا الأداة تم تحكيمها من قبل الأساتذة اللي سواء كان بصدق أو ثبات. طبعا ثبات كان الفكرون باخ، لكن أقصد حتى بالنسبة لصدق الأداة ومدى تمييزها وقدرتها على أن تقيس الشيء اللي يسعى البحث إليه. فكانت في معايير هذه الأداة وليست عامة، يعني ما أسئلة كانت عامة أي حد ممكن يجاوب عنها، لا كانت مخصصة وأيضا للأساتذة اللي هم يعملون في تلك المؤسسات الخاصة.
شكرا دكتورة. ونفس الشيء ممكن تشاركين هالبحث والمعايير هذه أيضا بعد المؤتمر. تفضل، بس ممكن ذكر الاسم والجهة لو سمحت.
بارك الله فيك، أحسنت. أنا اسمي عبيد السعيدي، سابقا في مجلس البحث العلمي، وحاليا طبعا اندمجنا مع وزارة التعليم العالي والبحث العلمي والابتكار في عمان. أنا لدي أكثر شيء تعليقات أكثر عن الأسئلة يعني. First, I thank you, Professor, for actually touching on the impact. How do we measure research impact? This is always extremely challenging because impact most of the time is actually intangible. Tangible impact of research sometimes takes a very long time to measure. So this is a challenge that we always like to address. بالنسبة لي أشكر طبعا الدكتورة مها عز الدين، كل جميع حديثة حقيقة كانت العروض كلها عروض جميلة ومميزة وتضرب على وتر حساس بالنسبة لنا احنا في البحوث. بالنسبة طبعا مساهمة القطاع الخاص في دعم البحث العلمي والابتكار في الدول العربية، بداية اسمح لي أقول إن احنا في معظم الدول معانا ما يعرف بقطاع خاص كاذب، بمعنى أن القطاع الخاص يعتمد تقريبا اعتماد كلي أو في معظمه على إيش؟ على الحكومة. إذا الحكومة ما تعطي القطاع الخاص مشاريع لا يوجد لدينا قطاع خاص. النقطة الثانية، القطاع الخاص يرى وجد أصلا أنت تنشئ شركة ليش؟ عشان تحقق ربح. فأنت بتدعم البحث العلمي متى؟ لما تشوف إنه تحط ريال أو دولار تحصل مقابله 2 أو 3 أو 4 ريال. فيما عدا ذلك القطاع الخاص لن يدعم، لا نكون نعيش في وهم إن القطاع الخاص طبعا من باب ان كنتري فاليو ودعم، لانه في ضغط عليهم المسؤوليه المجتمعيه. كثير من القطاع الخاص احيانا يدعم او يظهر انه يدعم البحث العلمي، لكن لكي القطاع الخاص يقوم بدعم البحث العلمي لابد ان يرى انه في فائده له من دعم البحث العلمي. احنا معانا في سلطنه عمان على سبيل المثال اكثر قطاع يدعم البحث العلمي هو قطاع الطاقه. سابقا طبعا كان أول ما يجدوا مشكلة على طول يتجهوا إلى يونايتد كينجدوم ولا إلى نذرلاندز ودول أخرى لإيجاد حلول لهذه المشاكل. كان موجود عدم ثقة بين القطاع الخاص معنا والباحث، لكن هذا قل كثير في الآونة الأخيرة، خصوصا بعد ما أنشأ مجلس البحث العلمي طبعا بالتعاون مع PDO مشكورة منصة إيجاد. ولما بدأت PDO تعطي مشاريع لجامعة السلطان قابوس، كان سابقا في تردد. ليش؟ ما الثقة غير موجودة في الباحث المحلي، مع احترامي الشديد، كانت الثقة موجودة في الباحث الدولي، فمباشرة أول ما يوجد تحدي في القطاع الخاص يلجأوا إلى خارج الوطن العربي. فأيضا بالنسبة للدكتورة مها، البحث في خصوصا في الكليات الخاصة في عمان والجامعات الخاصة، وحتى أتوقع في معظم الدول في الخليج العربي أو في الوطن العربي ككل، زين مقتول من ناحية إيش؟ الأستاذ اللي يعين أنا كنت عميد كلية خاصة مع أنها مملوكة بالحكومة، لكن إحنا نجبر الأستاذ يدرس 20 ساعة، أيضا ما نكون واهمين، أنت لما تدرس 20 ساعة متى عندك وقت تقوم ببحث علمي؟ والبحث العلمي ما مدعوم أصلا من كليتك، ينظروا له على أنه شيء هامشي ما له قيمة، أنت مطلوب منك تدرس 20 ولا 24 ساعة. أيضا كنت عميد كلية تقنية في عمان، كان بعض الأساتذة معنا يدرسوا 24 ساعة في الأسبوع. أنا درست في أمريكا I was teaching 3 hours a week ولا 6 hours لما كان عندي heavy load. واحد يدرس 6 ساعات ومدعوم وعنده دعم، وواحد يدرس 20 ساعة. وين نريد البحث العلمي احنا يكون له كيان ويكون له دور في حل القضايا المحلية في الوطن العربي؟ الباحث العربي أكفأ يكاد يكون أو يكافئ أي باحث من أي دولة خارجية في العالم. ولذلك احنا لما نكون خارج في أمريكا ولا في بريطانيا ولا في أي مكان ولا في كندا، الباحث العربي لا يقل كفاءة إذا لم يزد كفاءة عن الباحث اللي هو من الدولة هذيك أو من الدول الأخرى. لكن لما يجي الوطن العربي ينتهي. ليش؟ لأنه يحمل أعباء وحتى مع احترام شديد أيضا كنت أستاذ في جامعة السلطان قابوس، وأتذكر أن ندرس 8 ساعات و9 ساعات و12 ساعة، وعندك 2 ولا 3 graduation projects. إذا تريد بحث علمي، وبحث علمي يكون على مستوى، لازم تهيئ له البيئة المناسبة. احنا طالبنا لما كنا في مجلس البحث العلمي سابقا، لما يحصل أستاذ على، واسف على الإطالة، على دعم من مجلس البحث العلمي في مشروع، فرغه على الأقل 30% من وقته، عطيه يشتغل على المشروع، لأنه هو جاب لك مشروع لمؤسستك الأكاديمية. هذا ما حصل، حتى في جامعة السلطان قابوس مع احترامي الشديد ما حصل. ما عطوهم تفريغ أبدا عشان يقوموا بدورهم. بينما we know, everybody knows in America or in UK, you could buy your teaching time. If you have grants, and if you bring research grants to your university, you have priorities, you're given time to do your research, and you could actually buy your teaching time. فهذا بس ما حبيت أذكره، وجزاكم الله خير، ونأمل أن الوضع يتغير، ونأمل أن مثل هذه المؤتمرات تتكرر. وهذا المؤتمر جميل جدا لكن تأخر في قيامه، ونأمل أنه يكون بشكل سنوي. ونشكر أيضا المساهمين طبعا من إخواننا في دولة قطر، لأن همومنا مشتركة في الوطن العربي، ونتمنى أنه نرى حلول لها مع بعض.
شكرا دكتور. احنا هاي بدايتها ان شاء الله، هاي اول مؤتمر، وان شاء الله تكون الاعمال جايه مستقبليه. والجامعه ايضا، يعني انت ذكرت الجامعه ايضا تعمل على تطوير البحوث، وخاصه البحوث التطبيقيه في الجامعه، وحتى الامباكت اسسمنت. يعني نذكر لك انه في احنا عندنا نظام خاص للحوافز، ويعطي هذه الحوافز يكون لها للبحوث اللي لها امباكت على السوسايتي، على الجوانب الاقتصاديه، على الجوانب الاجتماعيه، على الجوانب السياسات والتشريعات. هذه كلها موجوده ان شاء الله، وهذه نشتغل عليها وتكون ترى النور قريبا ان شاء الله. دكتور احمد منديل.
شكرا جزيلا دكتور مالك. I would like to thank all 5 speakers for excellent initiatives and talks from which I learned a lot. My question is for Dr. Watson, followed by Mr. Majid. Dr. Watson, you actually spoke about research impact assessment and shared with us a big group of indicators which are appreciated indeed. There were few others which I wanted to ask you if they could be useful as well. First of all, linkage of the outcomes of research to health and public health priorities, linkage to development plans within the country, effect on health policy making, change in management schemes for specific health problems, like for example, salt iodization for iodine deficiency disorders, ORS for diarrheal diseases and so on. So this is my question for Dr. Watson. My second question is for Mr. Majid. How can we bring academia, industry, and funding agencies into alignment at a time when we all know that they have very different agendas? Thank you.
I'm sorry, but I was hearing Arabic in the headphones. I didn't hear that.
Oh, you were, because he was speaking English in English, that's why.
Should I repeat?
I'm sorry, you didn't have to ask me again.
Yeah. So my question to you,
you
Dr.
can
Watson,
repeat it, please, but in short, yeah?
Very short, very short. You spoke about research impact assessment, and I was asking about specific indicators if they could be useful. Some of them include linkage to health and public health priorities, to development plans, to health policy making, and to change in management schemes of specific health problems. So these were my questions to you.
Again, I think can just repeat it, the first part of the question.
You spoke about research impact assessment.
Research impact, the REF, yes, the research impact
exactly.
assessment. Yeah.
And my question is that there are certain criteria which you didn't actually cover. These include linkage to public health priorities of the country, linkage to development plans of the country, like 2030, 2040, etc., effect on health policy making within the decision makers of the country, and finally, change of management schemes for specific health problems.
Okay, so the REF covers the whole of academic practice, and there are 4 different assessment panels. Within those panels, there are a number of units of assessment. In total, there are 34 units of assessment. And so my discipline, business and management, just has 1 unit of assessment. And the other areas all have slightly different things that their expectations are about. The criteria that you mentioned, I am absolutely certain that they are relevant, and they will be covered in various ways in different panels. The panel that we have is panel C, which includes basically the social sciences and you know, some other things. So there's huge books of guidance about this, about the types of impact you can have. I think there are 2 particular books, and I would be happy to give you more details afterwards. And also, if it would help introduce you to people that are related to the public health area.
Thank you.
I hope that's a good enough answer.
Thank you, Dr. Catherine. Mr. Ahmed, Mr. Majid, please.
Okay, thank you for the question. And it's not an easy one that you're asking, actually. My opinion on this actually varies, starting from initiating the project itself, trying to understand and put the problem in a proper frame. I think that's number 1. Understanding what is it that we're trying to achieve. So what's in it for the industry and what's in it for the academia. I think that will bring a common ground to start with, at least. Of course, alignment on, I think, and I've mentioned something today on, we need to understand the current situation on the ground and what are the issues that we are both facing. I think neither the industry or the academia want to be so distant from what's going on today and what are the challenges that come in at us. I think if we align ourselves on those, we probably can reach a common ground that both industry and academia can have a win-win situation, and we can actually progress together. Unfortunately, in some cases, what we've seen is the interest. We from industry, we actually worry a lot about time, because time is money, delays means erosion of value. And that is not necessarily always the case that we found when we work with academia. I think someone, Dr. mentioned something about trust. And that is true, but trust is something that you actually gain. It's not something you get for free. And I've worked in projects at the initial stage about 10, 15 years back, where even the element of engagement was lacking. So to actually be able to build that trust, it takes time. It's not something that comes overnight. Thanks. I hope I've answered your question.
Thanks, Mr. Ahmed. Do you have any? Yeah, go ahead.
شكرا لجميع الحاضرين على التعليقات. فقط أريد أن أعقب على الشيء اللي قاله الأستاذ، أن مؤسسات التعليم العالي الخاصة التي نتحامل عليها على أنها فقط هي مؤسسات لا تقدم شيء للبحث العلمي، هي صراحة هذه المؤسسات أو الجامعات الخاصة وخاصة التي تفتح فروع في الخارج، هي من بين أهدافها أو هي في الأساس تسوق لبرامج تعليمية أكثر من تسوق لبرامج بحثية. هذا شيء أول شيء، ولكن على العموم لا يمكن أن نتحامل عليها أكثر. على الأقل هي تقدم خبرات وتزيد في مخزون المعرفي للبلد الذي يمكن أن نستفيده منه مسبقا. لذلك لا نلومها أكثر اللوم، لأنها هي في الأساس هي مؤسسات تعليمية أقرب للتجارية منها للربحية. وشكرا.
شكرا دكتور. عندنا مداخلة أخيرة من الدكتور غازي. تفضل دكتور.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. شكرا دكتور مالك. أنا أتمنى يعني ما أخذ فرصة أي حد آخر هنا عنده أي مداخلة. في حد أي آخر عنده مداخلة من هناك؟ شايف حد عنده مداخلة؟ بس على أساس إنه الدكتور مالك أيضا هو مطالب إنه يغلق السيشن.
ممكن تفتح الميكروفون لو سمحت. بس اذكر اسمك والجهة لو سمحت. شوف هو البوس دكتور غازي، اذا يعطينا دقائق زياده ناخذ دقائق زياده.
السلام عليكم، عبد العزيز المعمري، جامعه سلطان قابوس. بالنسبه انا سؤال كان مفترض يكون امس، انا اريد جواب يكون من مسؤولين في هذا الجانب، لان الموضوع كان يخص الجوانب تمنيت ان يكون حد موجود نفس الحاجه في الجانب المراكز البحثيه في جهات، خاصه مجلس عمان، كان من مجلس الشورى او مجلس الدوله، لان هذه المؤسسات هي اللي تسن القوانين وتسن التشريعات اللي بتكون موجوده على ارض الواقع. وعلى هذا الاساس انا اريد دور المؤسسات هذه في انتاج هذه القوانين. يعني اجد انه في كثير من القوانين اللي تطرح لا يوجد يعني نشر لابحاثها، فكيف انه ممكن يعني ثقه المجتمع بهذه القوانين تقل، وخاصه في كثير من الامور اللي تطرح، كان في جانب الاسكان وفي جانب العمل وغيره. فلذلك انا يعني اردت، انا ما اعرف من اطرح السؤال لانه الجميع تتكلم في مواضيع اخرى، لكن انا اوجه هذا السؤال يعني في بعضهم كان يعني اشار لهذا الجانب، لذلك من يمكنه الاجابه في هذا الجانب.
انت لا بس انا عشان افهم سؤالك الاول.
اولا في الجانب عندي سؤال، دور البحوث في صنع القوانين والتشريعات خاصه بالدولة. يعني هل هذه القوانين التي تظهر من الدوله هي على اساس دراسات؟ لان احنا نريد نعرف ان القوانين هي اعلى شيء ممكن يؤثر في جانب المجتمع والمؤسسات وغيرها، يعني جميع الشركات او المجتمع وغيره، وش تاثر في تشريعات الدوله نفسها.
انا ممكن اجاوبك على هذا السؤال شويه، يعني عشان بس ناخذ الوقت، وممكن دكتور غازي يساعدني في هذا الشيء. احنا اشتغلنا على الاستراتيجيه الوطنيه للتكيف والتخفيف من التغيرات المناخيه. انت كل اللي تشوفه الحين اللي جالس يصير من استراتيجيات التكيف واستراتيجيات التخفيف هي معتمده على الاستراتيجيات والتوصيات اللي طالعه من هذه الاستراتيجيه اللي هي اصلا معتمده من مجلس الوزراء، فهي كلها يعني متصله في بعض. يعني في بعض طبعا ما كلها ما كل البحوث ممكن تعطيك قد توصيات ومثلا قوانين وتشريعات اللي لها مثلا علاقه اللي تخص المجتمع بشكل واضح، لكن في بعض البحوث بعض الاعمال الاستشاريه اللي جالسه تصير انا اتكلم عن تجربتي انا مع الجهات الحكوميه وبين جامعه سلطان قابوس. نعم في انظمه تستخلص، في تشريعات تكون من هذا اللي تتبع مثلا هذه الاستراتيجيات، وممكن دكتور غازي نفس الشيء يشتغل على هذا الموضوع، فهو ممكن يعطيكم فكره.
اذن دكتور ايضا في مداخله بالنسبه لقانون الصحه النفسيه راح يصدر قريبا. هذه السلسله من البحوث والدراسات اللي بينت في تحدي في السلطنه من موضوع الصحه النفسيه، الاشخاص المؤهلين لتقديم هذه الخدمه وغيرها من الامور، وعليه تم رفع توصيات، والان ان شاء الله قريبا يصدر قوانين واضحه بخصوص الصحه النفسيه. فالبحوث بالعكس هناك علاقه ارتباطيه بالنسبه لي دا اشوفها، بانه بالفعل هناك بحوث لما تكون بالفعل ذات اثر قوي ممكن ترفع وبعدها تحول الى قوانين. طبعا قبل القوانين اكيد في سلسله من الاجراءات.
لكن انا الشيء اللي اريد اوضحه ان هذه الدراسات ما تنشر ابدا على اساس انه مثلا قبل ما اكون انا باحث انا اكون جزء من المجتمع، كيف انا اثق بشكل كبير على هذا؟ في كثير من التساؤلات، مثلا لو اضرب على الجانب العمالي، ليش هذا الحد الادنى من الاجور مثلا؟ يقول لك والله حددنا على اساس ماذا؟ مثلا والله الدراسه الفلانيه، اذا يجب ان تنشر. وش الفائده ان تبقى في الادراج؟ هي على اساس اثبات اكبر للرقم هذا، او مثلا القرار الفلاني احنا اثبتناه بشكل دراسات اثبتت هذا الشيء، فبالتالي هذا يعطيني اولا كفرد الثقه بالقانون هذا بغض النظر عن كوني باحث.
واضح. دكتور غازي تفضل.
شكرا اخي العزيز على المداخله، ولكن اضافه لما ذكره زميلي الدكتور مالك، طبعا كثير من السياسات تبنى على مخرجات بحثيه، وانا اعطيك ايضا مثال اخر. صيد
سمك الكنعد في عمان، هذا كان يعني قانون ما فقط في عمان، هذا كان في عمان سن هذا القانون، وبعدين عمم على جميع دول مجلس التعاون الخليجي، وكان نتيجة أحد المشاريع الاستراتيجية في الجامعة الممول بالمنح السامية. القوانين والسياسات أيضا تبنى في كثير من الأحيان، ما دائما، في كثير من الأحيان على البحوث، ولكن أيضا لابد أن نفرق بين البحوث العلمية وبين بعض التقارير أو الدراسات الفنية. ربما المثال اللي ذكرته مال تحديد الأجور، طبعا يعني أنا حالي حالك، يعني ما أعرف وين هذه الدراسة، من اللي عملها، متى عملت، ما نعرف عنها. ولكن دائما في بعض الدراسات اللي هي العلمية تنشر، وهذا واحد ربما يمكن يوافقني الدكتور عبيد في هذا الموضوع، واحد من متطلبات البحوث العلمية أنه يكون فيها مخرجات علمية، وهذه المخرجات أيضا عشان يحافظ الباحث على حقه ينشرها نشر علمي، وهذا موجود النشر، وطبعا جميع المكتبات موجودة اشتراكات دورية، وبالإمكان الحصول على هذه النتاجات. وأحيانا في بعض الشركات تتعامل مع بيانات حساسة، هذا تمنعنا إحنا أيضا كباحثين أو كعاملين في القطاع البحث العلمي إنه ما ننشر هذا البيانات. فهذا يعتمد على النوع، لكن بشكل عام كثير من السياسات وكثير من النظم قائمة على البحث العلمي، ولكن أنا أتفق معك أيضا الشفافية أيضا أحيانا تكون مطلوبة.
ممكن البروف أحمد يضيف علينا أنه مدير مركز الدراسات العمانية وعندهم كل هذه الدراسات.
شكرا جزيلا دكتور، بارك الله فيك. أنا أتفق مع كلام الدكتور غازي. هناك بعض الدراسات التي لا تنشر لأنها عبارة عن استشارات بحثية، وأنا حقيقة من خلال تجربتي في بعض الدراسات في الاستشارات البحثية هناك كثير من الاستراتيجيات والقوانين التي سواء كان تبنى أو تراجع من خلال الاستشارات البحثية لكنها لا تنشر. كذلك هنالك بعض الاستشارات التي تهدف إلى تقييم أداء المؤسسات، يعني ربما لا أخفي سرا، يعني هناك بعض مثلا على سبيل المثال احنا قيمنا المؤسسات الحكومية كلها في مركز الدراسات العمانية، وكذلك قيمنا القطاع الخاص، وقيمنا مستوى الرضا المواطنين عن الحكومة، وكذلك قيمنا الجوانب الأمنية والجوانب الاقتصادية والجوانب البيئية وجوانب أخرى لا أذكرها حاليا. وأيضا كذلك حاليا نشارك في إعداد الاستراتيجية الوطنية لإحدى المؤسسات، واللي فيها أيضا مراجعة كل القوانين الحالية وإجراء الدراسات لتطوير القوانين الحالية لبناء قوانين جديدة وتشريعات جديدة بحيث أنها فعلا تخدم المواطن. هذه الدراسات هذه الاستشارات للأسف حقيقة لا تنشر، لأنها هي في الأخير مثل ما ذكر الدكتور غازي ترفع كتقارير فنية. بالنسبة لي أيضا بعض الأشياء التي ذكرتها أخي الكريم، إنه بالنسبة لسوق العمل، أنا أعتقد أن موضوع سوق العمل هذه عقدت فيها ورشة في العام 2019 في وزارة العمل سابقا، وزارة القوى العاملة سابقا، وبحضور اللي هم القطاع الخاص وبعض المسؤولين في الوزارة وكذلك بعض المهتمين، وطرحت آراء كثيرة، وربما حقيقة ليست هناك دراسة ولكن كان عبارة عن مثل ما نقول تسميه مختبرات. إلى أين انتهت فضت يعني انتهت هذه المختبرات لا أعلم، ولكن ربما هي أدت إلى ما وصل الحال إليه الآن. لكن أعتقد حتى في موضوع الرواتب الآن أتوقع أن في دراسات الآن في حاليا جامعة سلطان قابوس وفي طريقها لإنشاء مركز للدراسات الاستشرافية، وأعتقد القضية اللي ذكرتها ستكون هي في صلب القضايا الرئيسية لهذا المركز، وهو موضوع الباحثين والقوى العاملة، وإن شاء الله تكون الأمور طيبة بإذن الله تعالى.
شكرا.
أضيف لها في أقل من دقيقة فقط أن أضيف للأستاذ أو أعقب الأستاذ أن البيانات أو هذه التشريعات هي تندرج في إطار ما يسمى بالإطار العام للبحث. هذه التشريعات توضح الإطار للبحث، لأن هذا الباحث وهذه المنظومة البحث لابد أن يكون تؤطرها تشريعات. كذلك هذه البيانات تندرج في إطار ما يسمى في نظرية الألعاب. هذه الألعاب تخيل أنك نفسك أنت كباحث ولا كنظام راك تلعب في لعبة مع أنظمة أخرى، لابد أن توفر لك المعلومات كاملة وتامة من أجل الفوز أو التقدم عن الفاعلين الآخرين. هذه معناتها أن التشريعات ما هو دورها وكيف تخدم البحث العلمي من خلال توفير البيانات كاملة وتامة.
شكرا دكتور. احنا ما باقي لنا وقت لان وصلنا على الساعة 2. الدكتور غازي نعطي انزين. اوكي تفضل.
السلام عليكم. بس مداخلة بسيطة يعني مش سؤال. أنا وحيدة العامرية من وزارة الثروة الزراعية والسمكية وموارد المياه وطالبة دكتوراه في جامعة السلطان قابوس أيضا. أنا بس حابة أتطرق إلى نقطة يعني ذكرتها دكتورة مها من ضمن التوصيات. ذكرت عن نقطة التفرغ الدراسي. نجد إنه الموظف لما يطالب بالدراسة مثلا في جامعة حكومية نرى إنه هناك ما في توافق بين الجامعة وبين المؤسسة الحكومية بالنسبة للتفرغ الدراسي. نرى أن الجامعة تطلب إلى التفرغ الكلي والحكومة المؤسسة الحكومية تطلب إلى التفرغ الجزئي. فهنا الموظف وفي نفس الوقت الطالب يكون متشتت بين الجهتين. فما أعرف إحنا نطالب إنه يكون هذا يعني من حق الطالب يكون تفرغ كلي لما فيه من أهمية قصوى يعني للدراسة بالذات إذا كان هو بحث علمي مهم. فنجد أن هذه مشكلة شائعة ما أعتقد بس في معظم الجهات الحكومية يعني صادر هذا الشيء.
عفوا شو اسمك؟ ما انتبهت.
وحيدة العامرية.
وحيدة انت طالبة دكتوراه الحين في الجامعة صح؟
نعم.
كيف تغلبتي على هذا الموضوع؟
تغلبت فيها من سنوات.
لا بس يعني قصدي كيف الحين حليت المشكلة مال الدوام الكلي والدوام المطلوب من الجامعة؟
الحمد لله بفضل من المسؤولين عندي يعني صار في تفاهم من الوزارة.
كلمة السر هي المسؤولين اللي في الجهات الحكومية.
أيوة في الجهة الحكومية الحمد لله تفهم الوضع وقدرت ان انا اكمل الدراسة بالتفرغ الكامل. يعني صار في توافق بينهم. احيانا نجد انه في اتفاقية بين الكلية المعينة ومع الجهة الحكومية في اتفاقية داخلية. فنرى انه في بعض الطلاب يدرسوا بالتفرغ الكلي وفي حين انه في بعضهم يعانوا من هذه المسألة. صحيح. ما في يعني عملية التفرغ الكلي هذه.
شكرا.
فإحنا نطالب وبقوة بالتفرغ الكلي للطلبة بحيث إنه هم يتمكنوا من تكملة الدراسة.
أنا بعد معاش في هذا الموضوع، هذا يساعدنا إحنا كباحثين أيضا.
أكيد يعني هذا يكون في يعني استفادة كبيرة للجهتين. يعني في النهاية الموظف راح يرجع لمقر عمله وهو يعني الحمد لله يعني متمكن من الدراسة.
صحيح. شكرا. تفضل دكتور غازي.
شكرا. وصلت الرسالة وأنا أوعدك أني أوصلها للمجلس الأكاديمي إن شاء الله بإذن الله. دكتور مالك أنا حاب أعمل كذا واسطة لحد من هنا من أول. وبعد كذا خلاص نغلق.
شكرا. السلام عليكم. My question regarding the platform, IGAD platform for Mr. Majid. I wondered what is the future plan for such platform. I believe it's a good idea, and but as a focal point for the platform for 3 years, I was trying to convince the management to raise the challenges we face it. But as Dr. said, there were no trust to raise such things in something which I think it needs to be emphasized for the top management and for people, decision maker people in the sectors. I believe the oil and gas sector is more mature in research and development. For other energy sector, still we don't have that maturity level. So. As this platform, you can get the information and the data from the platform, how many challenges raised, from which company. So whether they have like feedback for the decision maker in the sector. I'm working in the electricity sector, so they need to emphasize this for the people who are making the decision. To encourage people and to encourage the management to raise the challenge in order to support the universities here in Oman.
شكرا جزيلا. You are the IGAD focal point, so maybe you should be answering that question. But I think the bottom line that you're probably raising today is the uptake of EJAD today is actually declining. And we've noticed that. I mean, if you've seen the funnel that I've presented today, you see there are more and more projects on the exit of that funnel and very less project at the beginning. So the feedstock is actually diminishing, which is a true problem. And what we're looking at, I think, is probably a post-COVID syndrome. It could be. That's what we think, because that's part of the reasons where we start seeing the decline. Maybe around COVID time, there were less uptake, there were less interest, and it was more about just getting by for a lot of the industries at that point in time. At the moment, I think EJAD is being, in the old days, I think PDO used to play a big role in managing EJAD. Nowadays, I think it's being taken by Muhiri, who are managing this. We're working with them again, or we would like to reinvent this again, look at it again, how we can improve, how we can help. Evaluating also, I wish we could go back and evaluate the efficiency of the system and where did it work well and where didn't work well, because also raising that awareness could actually encourage more uptake from the industry and could allow people to actually, or companies to post their challenges. At the end of the day, this is not a one-way street. This is a two-way street. I think it has to be played rightfully from both sides, academia and the industry as well. You raised also a very good point. This is currently focusing mostly on the energy sector. I'm not sure what Muhiri's plans in terms of actually expanding this to something beyond energy sector, because that is, to me, sounds actually a very logical thing to do.
Shukran, shukran.
Maybe I would like to add to that point about EJAD.
Oh, there, okay. Can you mention your name and...
So my name is Mariam Al-Lawati. I am the acting deputy director of EJAD.
Okay.
So the one responsible
so
about
this is the person who...
I stepped in somebody's toe.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No worries, but thank you, Majid, for mentioning EJAD, and your support as a PTO, as our strategic partner has been really great. And I would like to thank all the presenters for this workshop. We had really a good discussion during this session. The next plans, EJAD is now still ongoing. It's going and running. We have until by December 2023 signed more than 23 membership agreements with more than companies like PDO, Oman Energy, Dalir, and others. And we have more than 38 running projects. We have faced other different challenges since past 2 years, because I think most Omani companies, most government programs have faced the same problem because of the restructuring, the oil crisis, the COVID. But that was like a gap. But now we are continuing to move forward. Great. Your question is about the focus on energy sector. However, EJAD is not focusing only on energy sector. We are focusing on 8 different areas. One of them is energy sector and the oil gas. We are focusing on environment, water, bioeconomy, digitalization, advanced technologies, and others. So we are encouraging the other companies to give us the challenges that they are facing in different focus areas, not only in the energy sector.
Shukran, Mariam, shukran. I have to end it here. So أنا أشكر الشكر الجزيل للمتحدثين اليوم، يعني غطوا طيف واسع من التحديات اللي تواجه البحث، خاصة التعاون البحثي بين الجهات المختلفة وأيضا بين القطاع الخاص والمؤسسات التعليمية. وكانت محاضرات جدا مثرية ونقاش أيضا جدا مثري. التحديات كثيرة بس الآمال أكثر وأكبر، وخطوة وخطوة إن شاء الله احنا بنوصل إلى المطلوب من الجهات الأكاديمية وأيضا الجهات الحكومية عشان توصل للبحث العلمي في الدرجات أو المراتب الكبيرة إن شاء الله، ونوصل إلى المنطقة الخضراء هي الكفؤة إن شاء الله. شكرا جزيلا وشكرا على استماعكم. دكتور غازي تفضل.
شكرا دكتور مالك وشكرا للمتحدثين. كانت الجلسة هذه الأخيرة ظاهر أنها يعني حركت كثير من الملفات الساخنة في البحث العلمي. أنا حقيقة يعني جدا فخور بالحضور. يعني عادة اليوم الأول من معظم المؤتمرات اللي نحضرها سواء في عمان أو حتى خارج عمان، اليوم الأول دائما تكون القاعات مليانة. اليوم الثاني عادة 50%، إذا كان مؤتمر يعني ناجح يوصل 50-60%. أنا حقيقة اليوم والله يعني تغمرني سعادة كبيرة لما أشوف الحضور هذا كله. هذا نتيجة يعني إنجاحكم أنتم للمؤتمر صراحة، فشكرا جزيلا على حضوركم. يعني قبل ما نختم، الظاهر أنه الجماعة هناك في اللجنة المنظمة عادين شيء لكم، وبعد كذا بنرجع مرة ثانية نتكلم إن شاء الله، بس بشكل سريع.
مؤتمر إدارة البحث العلمي عن طريق جامعة السلطان قابوس بالتعاون أو بالشراكة مع وزارة التعليم العالي والبحث العلمي والابتكار وجامعة قطر.
هذا الدعم طبعا تأكيدا على الدور المهم جدا للبحوث في تنمية القطاع النفطي.
من خلال المؤتمر هذا نحاول أنه نثري المعرفة في هذا المجال، وأن تصبح بلادنا في مصاف الدول التي تقوم على الاقتصاد المعرفي.
وأنا سعيد أن في عالمنا العربي النهاردة يكون في المؤتمر الأول الذي يناقش تطوير وسائل الإدارة لتحقيق نجاحات علمية.
طبعا المقطع الأخير هذه الناس اللي ما حضرت العشاء ممكن شوية يعني المرات القادمة تعيد حساباتها، لأنها كانت فعلا أمسية جميلة. طبعا المؤتمر على مدى اليومين بالأمس واليوم تناول كثير من المحاور، كثير من التحديات، وممكن احنا يعني نلخصها لكم المواضيع التي تم مناقشتها من خلال جلسات المؤتمر. طبعا عندنا الالتزام بمتطلبات الممارسات المثلى لإدارة البحوث العلمية، ولما نقول الالتزام هنا بمتطلبات الممارسات المثلى نحط خطين تحت الالتزام وتحت المثلى، لأنه في ممارسات كثير، لكن هل هي كلها ممارسات مثلى ولا لا؟ طبعا الاستثمار في البحث العلمي والتطوير، وهذا الملف ملف يعني ساخن جدا. الاستثمار هذا يحتاج لنا احنا، علشان زي ما ذكر الدكتور عصام حجي في الدول المتقدمة الاستثمار في البحث العلمي يتكلموا عن مليارات، مئات المليارات. يعني في إحدى السنوات في 2017 في الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية أكثر من 890 مليار دولار في خلال سنة واحدة، وهذا فقط من قطاع التعليم، هذا اللي هو كان يمثل 7%. فيعني فقط للمقارنة السريعة. بناء مجتمع المعرفة في عمان، وهذا هو التوجه للحكومة، وهذا هو الرؤية مال عمان 2040. أثر التعليم العالي والبحث العلمي على المجتمع، طبعا الأثر موجود حتى حاليا الآن، الأثر موجود، ولكن ما دائما العامة تعرف هذا الأثر، وهذا دورنا إحنا كمؤسسات بحثية ومؤسسات تعليمية. وواحدة من التوصيات أيضا تسويق هذا الأثر. التحديات والفرص في البحوث الإنسانية، تكلموا الأخوة الزملاء، وهذا أيضا موضوع مهم جدا، عن التركيز أيضا على البحوث الإنسانية، ويعني إعادة النظر إلى أهمية البحوث الإنسانية. دعم البحوث الصحية، طبعا هذا شيء ما يقوله اخواننا الدكتور احمد في مصر مكتوب على الجبين، يعني البحوث الصحيه هذا شيء مفروغ منه، يعني لازم.
إدارة البحوث عالية المخاطر. ما يعني إنه إذا في بحث في مخاطر عالية إحنا خلاص نبعد عنه ما نستثمر. هنا يجي زي ما يتكلموا في الاقتصاد، ممكن الدكتور عادل يعرف هذه المصطلحات أكثر مني، اللي هو المستثمر الجبان اللي ما يحب المخاطر، فدائما يكون في الكومفورت زون. فالبحث العلمي دائما فيه مخاطر. دور البحث العلمي والابتكار ما بعد الجائحة، أيضا نوقش هذا الموضوع من خلال جلسات المؤتمر. إدارة البحوث في ظل التغير المناخي. التغير المناخي اليوم مؤثر على كل القطاعات، ما في قطاع اليوم ما يأثر عليه التغير المناخي، وبالتالي لابد أيضا من إشراك التغير المناخي في قضية البحوث. أنا أتكلم يعني من جانب البحوث اللي هي تتعلق بالمياه. إلى الآن أحيانا كثير من التقارير الفنية وكثير من البحوث ما تتطرق إلى التغير المناخي، مع العلم أنه هو فيه تأثير مباشر على الأمطار اللي إحنا نشوفها اليوم يعني نشوف أمطار مدة ساعة ساعتين فقط، ولكن تعادل كمية هائلة مال سنة كاملة ولا سنتين. تعزيز فرص النجاح في كتابة مقترحات بحثية ناجحة. أعتقد هذا محتاجين له كثير. كل الباحثين اليوم في عمان يحتاجوا هذا الموضوع. التأثير الاقتصادي والاجتماعي من خلال الممارسات البحثية المتعلقة برسم السياسة أو جميع السياسات في قطاعات مختلفة. دور القطاع الخاص في تمويل البحث العلمي والابتكار. القطاع الخاص لا زال يعني دوره قليل في البحث العلمي. أعرف أنه كثير من الجهات في القطاع الخاص يريدوا يصرفوا ريال، يبغوا يشوفوا الريال هذا بكرة يرجع. هذا ما يصير في البحث العلمي. ولكن لا زال عندنا يعني شركات يعني تشجع على البحث العلمي. احنا على اساس ايضا نكون منصفين. عندنا القطاع الخاص يعني حجمه ايضا صغير مقارنه بالدول المتقدمه، ولكن الدعوه بشكل مستمر لابد انه القطاع الخاص يدخل بشكل قوي في البحث العلمي. انا اليوم كنت في اطلاق مبادرات مال القيمه المحليه المضافه، وكان ايضا واحد من المحاور الاربعه عن البحث والتطوير. معوقات البحث العلمي في الكليات الخاصه. انا اتفق تماما مع الاخت اللي من الجامعه الالمانيه. هذا المعوقات موجوده في كل طبعا بس بنسبه متفاوته. وطبعا هذا ايضا المعوقات لابد انه تدرس، ولا بد انه ايضا يعني انه الجامعات الخاصه مع الجامعات الحكوميه يكون في نوع من التشاركيه ايضا في البحوث العلميه وفي الفرق البحثيه. معوقات طبعا قياس الكفاءه النسبيه لانظمه البحث والتطوير. يعني هذا ايضا واحد من الاشياء الضروريه. انا اليوم لما عندي نظام لقياس السير ومخرجات البحث العلمي، هذا شيء ضروري. الشراكه البحثيه بين مؤسسات التعليم العالي ومؤسسات القطاعين العام والخاص. طبعا الشراكه موجوده، ولكن دائما احنا نطمح للافضل. بشكل عام رسائل سريعه. ما نقول احنا توصيات لانه صارت كلمه مستهلكه هذه التوصيات من المؤتمرات. يعني رسائل سريعه من هذا المؤتمر. الالتزام بتوقعات الجهات الداعمه للبحث العلمي من خلال تفعيل الاجراءات المؤسسيه الفاعله. هنا اللي كانت تتكلم عنها البروف دينيس كلارك في اول يوم، اللي هو التدقيق والمتابعه. يعني هذه ما يعني هو التعقيد، ولكن يعني ايضا انه نمشي بشكل سيستماتيك، بشكل سليم في قضيه. ايضا اليوم الشركه التي تدعم مشروع بحثي معين اذا ما تحصل على المتوقع ما راح تدعم مره ثانيه، او على الاقل بتروح الى مؤسسه اخرى. الاستثمار في مجال البحث العلمي والتطوير من خلال بناء الشراكات. طبعا هذا الاستثمار هو الكوميرشاليزيشن. انا حتى قلت للدكتور عادل لا تكتبوها بالعربي، لانه بالعربي كانت جدا صعبه. اللي هي ايش بالعربي دكتور عادل؟ تتجير. تسويق مخرجات البحث العلمي والابتكار من خلال وسائل الاعلام والتواصل المختلفه. طبعا هذا يتكلموا فيه اكثر من احد من المتحدثين. هذا موضوع مهم جدا. ايضا تسليط الضوء على البحث العلمي. معظم الباحثين ما يحبوا وسائل التواصل وما يحبوا الاعلام، لكن محتاج ايضا من الاعلام انه يعني يحاول يوصل إلى الجهات البحوث والمراكز البحث، وأيضا نجعل المجتمع يحس بأثر البحث العلمي عليه بشكل مباشر. أهمية ترجمة النتائج البحثية، هذا ريسيرش ترانزليشن أعتقد جدا مهم، ولهذا السبب أنا جالس أتكلم اليوم بالعربي، لأنه معظم عندنا ترجمة آلية، وبالتالي الترجمة هذا ضرورية أيضا للمجتمع. إبراز أهمية العلوم الإنسانية والاجتماعية ودورها في التنمية الاقتصادية، وهذا الأخوة جزاهم الله خير يعني كفوا ووفوا في هذا الجانب وأعطوا كل ما عندهم. تبسيط إجراءات إدارة المشاريع البحثية، تبسيط الإجراءات، هذه هي ربما هي أهم نقطة اللي كلنا مطالبين فيها كجهات وقائمة على البحث العلمي، كجهات ممولة أيضا للبحث العلمي. عندنا الدكتور عبيد هنا من وزارة التعليم العالي والبحث العلمي والابتكار. أعتقد تبسيط الإجراءات ضروري جدا. لابد أنه القائمين على الأمور المالية يفرقوا بين مشروع بناء بيت أو رصف شارع، وبين مشروع بحثي، وبين شراء مستلزمات مكتبية، وبين شراء مستلزمات لبحث علمي. فعندما يصير في يعني فهم ووعي بالبحث العلمي، لأنه اليوم الباحث لما يتعطل شهر واحد هذا ربما يفقد عليه كثير من الفرص مع زملاء من خارج السلطنة، وربما حتى من داخل السلطنة. فالأمور الإجراءات والروتين هو مطلب لتبسيطه. تسويق الشراكات والمشاريع الريادية والابتكارية المنبثقة من البحث العلمي، وهنا مطالبة لشركات أو القطاع الخاص بالاستثمار في مخرجات البحث العلمي. أحيانا يعني توصل النتائج البحث أو الفكرة الابتكارية إلى برودكت، ولكن بعد كذا ما في حد اللي ممكن يسوقها، الشركة ما موجودة اللي تسوقها. ولذلك يعني أصبح كثير من الباحثين يفضلوا أنه يسجلوا البيتنتس براءات الاختراع خارج السلطنة لسببين. السبب الأول هو الإجراءات الطويلة، ثاني شيء أيضا للتسويق الجيد أو الاستثمار نقول. العائد الاستثماري للبحث العلمي والابتكار يتطلب إلى الثقة. هذا أول شيء، لازم نؤمن أنه البحث العلمي مهم. إذا ما عندنا هذا الإيمان فعندنا مشكلة كبيرة. الدعم والوقت. البحث العلمي نتائجه ما تطلع في سنة، سنتين، 3 سنوات، 4 سنوات، 10 سنوات و20 سنة. عندما نستثمر في البحث العلمي فنتائجه في نتائج آنية وفي نتائج طويلة الأمد. إحنا اليوم لما صادفنا العالم كله، لما صادف الجائحة، جائحة كورونا، الشركات اللي هي استثمرت في البحث والتطوير لسنوات طويلة هي اللي تصدرت المشهد، وهي اللي أعطتنا اللقاحات مثل فايزر عمرها ما يعني أكثر من 100 سنة، من 1800 وشيء. ولكن من أكبر، أنا ما يحضرني الرقم حقيقة، أنا يعني شفت هذا الرقم كم صرفت على البحث العلمي لكن ما يحضرني حاليا. لكن نتكلم عن شركة تستثمر في البحث العلمي. شركة فايزر، أنا اليوم في عمادة البحث العلمي والأخوة معي في العمادة نوقع كثير من العقود بتمويل من فايزر. يعني فايزر ما عندها باحثين كأكفاء في أمريكا، ولكن عندها تمويل للبحث العلمي في كل العالم. كل الباحثين في العالم وكل العاملين في المجال البحث. فهي، أنا ما أقول هذا الكلام يعني دعاية لشركة فايزر، لكن هذا كإكزامبل، لأنه فايزر أيضا واحدة من الشركات التي أنقذت البشرية عندما اجتاحت هذه الجائحة العالم. فدائما العائد يحتاج أن نصبر عليه، ما نستعجل على البحث العلمي. وحقيقة يعني أهم أنا أشوفه هدف وتحقق إلي بشكل آني الآن، أتكلم عنه الآن، هو وجودكم في هذا القاعة. يعني وهذا وعد من عمادة البحث العلمي في جامعة السلطان قابوس أنها تقوم بفعاليات مماثلة. ما بالضرورة يكون مؤتمر، طبعا هذا المؤتمر بيكون كل سنتين إن شاء الله، ولكن حقيقة أنا ما كنت أعرف أنه بيكون في هذا الإقبال وهذا الحماس وهذا الشغف في تدارس يعني قضايا إدارة البحث العلمي. أشكركم جزيل الشكر وأتمنى لكم يوم سعيد، وإن شاء الله نلقاكم في مناسبات قادمة. جزاكم الله خير.